that. I covered it up. There it is. Okay, that get started. Call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, June 26th to order. Of course, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our valued relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. With that, I'll get a motion to adopt the receipt of agenda items, moved by Councillor Martins, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any discussion on the agenda?
Excuse me, Mayor, we do have the addition of the Cheryl Mason delegation to
Was
be
that
added.
distributed? I don't have it here. Was that distributed?
Yes, it was. I'll give you my copy, just a moment.
It wasn't distributed to, I think, was it on table? Okay. Does anybody wish to make a motion to add this delegation? Moved by Councillor Richter, seconded by Councillor Pratt. I'm going to open this up. So this is in regards to, I'm just only seeing this for the first time. So. Okay, I'll call the question on A1. It carries unanimously. Back to the main motion as amended. Is there any other discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, call the question on A1. And that carries unanimously. Adoption of minutes from the regular council meeting of June 12th. Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Martins. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, call the question on B1. Carries unanimously. Public hearing meeting minutes from June 12th. Get a motion to adopt those. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on those? Seeing none, call the question on B2. Carries unanimously. Delegations from Langley RCMP. Please come forward. Oh, sorry, I just got reminded again. Not in the agenda, so I'll have to come back to you, sorry. I'm going to do this delegation from Cheryl Mason. Please come forward. Yeah, thanks. No, actually, I really don't. No, I'm good. Thanks. Great, thanks.
The proposal of the former Newfield, which is, I guess, the Cura Heights property at 5759 240th. And thank you very much for letting me speak today. I did submit a submission earlier. This whole thing, I've lost a bit of sleep over it because it's come up pretty suddenly. There's only 10 days from the time that the notice was sent out until the time that we have to provide feedback at this June 26 meeting for first, second, and third reading. So I ask, because a number of concerns have not been addressed, that this proposal or this motion to put through be delayed until there's more time for the community to get the information together and to respond accordingly. I've spoken to some of my neighbors. They're pretty upset about it, given the number of lots that are included in this property, and they gave me permission to advocate on their behalf because some of them are away and have other commitments. One of the things that first set me off on this is that I should back up. I'm actually really grateful to the Township of Langley for incorporating the green space around the perimeter of this property. They listened when this issue came up a year or two ago, and I'm really impressed that this is being put in place and established because it's crucial for this particular area. So I think the residents feel encouraged because their input has been listened to, and I gather that some trail networks are being put in place. The thing for me is that when I first looked at this map of the subdivision is that the roadway for one of the new roads in the subdivision pointing directly at my house, straight into my living room, bedroom windows with lights at night potentially shining in and street lights overhead, and the entire vista, this treed corridor across the street and a white fence are suddenly replaced by a suburban road. And the bigger issue for me is the green space procurement and the number of lots. The proposal a year and a half ago, or in 2021, was for 39 lots without green space. This proposal is for 63 lots if the zoning goes through for the SR3. And the SR3 actually goes down to 0.43 acres per lot. And and the details are in here in my note. I think originally it was with the new zoning, I thought it was supposed to be 0.5. And so even at 63 lots, I think that somehow an extra 5 lots is being squeezed in. So what might have been 58 with changing from 0.5 to 0.43 is suddenly 63 instead of 58 lots. But I think because of the sensitivity of this development and where it is, because it overlies the Hoppington Aquifer, which is all sand, primarily sand, and because it abuts the riparian zone, technically it does, at the north end of the property. So even though the tall timber subdivision is within that riparian zone, it doesn't mean that the plateau property, which this one is, should necessarily get away with not having a 30-meter setback. So one of the concerns, even if water is brought into service, the subdivision, is the water table declining. And currently in the summer, and this is where if I'd had more time.
You don't need to adjust the microphone.
Okay,
It will pick you up.
Okay.
You're fine.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyhow, if I'd had the time, I would have done a picture that shows this unbelievably clean, cold water that comes out into the river at even during August when everything's dry and super hot. There's still water that's cold, clean, coming out to feed the Salmon River where we have the fish-bearing river. And putting this development up top risks contaminating that, even with just other mitigation measures in place, but also lowering that water table and eventually having this dry up. And so I think I would ask that township reconsider to moving this to a gross lot size of 1 acre if this SR3 zoning is to go through, because then effectively that pulls it back to roughly 48 or 49 lots instead of the current 63. But the only way that I can see this happening, because the developer, if this goes through, is entitled to have his minimum lot size, is for the township of Langley to actually increase the green space around the perimeter and through the middle. And I don't know if that's increased from 10 to 15 meters to 30. So I ask that the township consider doing that to protect that. There are lots of other questions that I have about the interior. I mean, but they're details. I mean, what does Wadding 240th Street look like? What do the street lights look like? Stormwater retention ponds. Does the water have the chance to go back into the aquifer? Does it shoot off to the river in the wintertime and therefore no longer replenish the aquifer? Can we put in narrower roads? Can we put in laneways to take out the cul-de-sacs? Laneways, I believe, don't need curbs or storm drains, and so that leaves the opportunity to increase the infiltration into the ground. And so until those things are in place, I think we need to put this on hold so that everybody can provide some appropriate feedback and understand what really is being improved here, because this is a treasure. It's an exceptionally beautiful property, and I'd like to see it done properly. And I would like to not block the development, but have it done properly.
I appreciate that. I have a question from council. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Mason, for coming and talking to us today. As I recall, the Salmon River actually runs along the edge of your property, doesn't it?
Yeah, it forms the eastern boundary of my property, which is 5 acres.
Okay, so there is the potential then with the runoff from higher up to go down into the river as it runs by your property.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it should soak into the ground and then come out in the summertime.
yeah,
So you need to have enough surface up top for the rainwater to soak in. So we need to minimize the pavement and the runoff so that the water can feed back into the aquifer.
okay. And the second question, and you had raised it about the road system where the lights are now going to go directly into your living room. The entrance onto 240th, a little further south from your place, I'm wondering, and maybe you can't answer this, but it's a question I think I need to ask about the safety of that particular intersection so close to 240th and 56th Avenue?
The southernmost
Yes.
entrance.
Like, would a light, do you think like a traffic light is needed there?
Well, a traffic light is a visual distraction. I also worry about cars skidding off in the wintertime and coming straight into my front yard if some yahoo comes rushing down at top speed and skids right through. But I've got trees planted there. We'll certainly make sure that they are increased in size. But
Okay. And third question, do you have any problems right now? I assume you're on a well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any problems with water level in the summer?
no, it's been good. It's been excellent. So.
Okay. Great.
And we test the water, and I'll certainly ramp up the testing, so I've got some documentation in case it deteriorates once this goes in. So yeah, the water's been good, and we drink straight out of the well through a simple filtration system, and it's been great.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. No other questions from council?
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So now we can move on to the RCMP presentation. Please come forward. Okay.
No.
That one first.
Yeah, thanks. Your Worship and Council, thank you very much. My name is Chief Superintendent Bruce Singer. I'm with the Integrated Teams. I am the Integrated Teams Commander, and I want to take some time and present to you what the Integrated Teams. You'll be happy to know that I've cut a bunch of the slides out, and I've just put together a video for the first couple minutes to explain what we actually do. Hello, I'm Bruce Singer, and I'm the officer in charge of your Lower Mainland Integrated Teams. I want to talk to you today about what our teams do in your communities. Your Lower Mainland I-Teams are comprised of 5 specialized units. Each of these teams in their own right are the largest in the country. They are the only truly integrated unit providing rapid response to highly specialized critical incidents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The I-Teams model, an integrated approach, demonstrates a proactive investment from communities, fostering cost sharing across contributing municipalities. The result is an effective operation which honors prudent fiscal and administrative benefits while ultimately helping the citizens and those we serve. Let's take a closer look at your I-Teams. Your Integrated Homicide Investigative Team, or IHIT, had their busiest year to date in 2022. Despite their name, IHIT doesn't just investigate homicides. They're also responsible for investigating high-risk missing persons and suspicious deaths where there is potential of foul play.
We begin with breaking news. A major break in the high-profile murders of an Abbotsford couple earlier this year.
The Integrated Homicide Investigation Team has arrested 3 men they believe are responsible for the murder of that Abbotsford couple in their 70s.
Your Integrated Collision Analyst and Reconstruction Services, or ICARS, is a dedicated team of 20 police experts who responded to 178 calls for service in 2022. These calls for service take several months to investigate and are all a result of fatalities or serious injuries sustained when there is potential for evidence that may support criminal code driving offenses. 73 of these collisions were a result of criminal fatalities where the nuances of crime scenes as well as vehicles had to be meticulously examined using very specific expertise, which can take several months. Your Integrated Forensic Identification Services, or IFAS, is a team of 59 officers that are strategically deployed throughout the Lower Mainland with scientific labs in North Vancouver, Richmond, Burnaby, Surrey, Langley, Maple Ridge, and Chilliwack. The complexities of investigations see the need for forensic analysts growing each year. Currently, we have 19 regular police officers who are court-approved experts. As well, we have 4 civilian apprentices who are completing their in-depth 3-year apprentice program. Your Integrated Police Dog Services, or IPDS, is a team of dogs and their handlers, which includes 48 police officers from the RCMP, Abbotsford, New Westminster, Port Moody, West Vancouver, and Delta Police Departments, and they responded to over 8,800 critical incidents in 2022. When these officers and their dogs are not training or responding to specific requests for service, IPDS handlers proactively patrol your jurisdictions. This team is utilized for their dog's ability to track, search for evidence, narcotics, and even missing persons, or assisting local search and rescue teams with locating human remains. This year, we saw the largest graduation of police dogs and their handlers in the Lower Mainland's history. The Integrated Emergency Response Team, or IERT, is a group of officers which includes 66 police officers from RCMP, Abbotsford, New Westminster, Port Moody, and Delta Police Departments. IERT is responsible for responding on a moment's notice to dynamic, high-risk situations that exceed the abilities and capabilities of your frontline first responders. They're also seen participating in your community events, including parades, assisting in schools, and providing presentations to your children. They have been utilized to assist with high-level security events throughout the country. An example would be the recent Papal visit.
For Pope Francis's visit to Canada, the Pontiff spent 5 days in Alberta, Quebec, and Nunavut last July. There was an enormous police presence at every site.
Hopefully I've been able to give you some insight on how the I-teams work in your communities and the impact they have in the places that we call home.
Thank you. I'll get into my presentation now. So that's just an overview of what the teams do. This is actually the first council, first time actually playing it was today. I just finished it on Friday, so I hope you liked it. I've been with the integrated teams for just a little bit over a year, and when I joined the teams, I really asked my teams three things. Number one was challenge the status quo, how we did business. 2 was find efficiencies, and 3, prove to me that what we were doing was with the communities and the stakeholders were getting the best bang for their buck. So I've conducted that line by line review, and we're now moving forward with funding formula review as we go. The decisions that are made with the integrated teams or your integrated teams, they're not made by the RCMP in a vacuum. They're not made by myself in a vacuum. We actually have a governance committee. So the Integrated Teams Advisory Council, which is made up of interested CAOs and PPCs from around the Lower Mainland, and we meet 4 times a year. That information is fed up into the CAO PPC meetings, and then ultimately up into the mayor's forums as a nice transition in there. So decisions are made, business decisions are made at the ITAC committee. One of the things that I learned in the last year was, which was a little bit different than what I was normally used to, was that I had to do a better job at integrating our decisions into city councils, knowing that you're in a 3-year planning, 3 to 5 year planning cycle, depending on the city council, as opposed to typically what we had been doing in the past was like, here's what we want for next year. So we're in the 3 to 5 year plan. All that planning is done by Sean here, Sean Edwards. He's my business analyst. So we've hired a business analyst to actually make sure that we're actually running this as a business. And so he's well into 4 or 5 years down the road. So it's sometimes hard to slow him down, but we're moving there to get the best bang for the buck, as I said earlier. I understand that the I-teams is literally just a line item in your budget. It's an expensive line item in the budget, and that's why I'm here. And I want to be coming back here, so I hope today's a good start to explain what your teams do in your communities and how we do that. And that's what I'm going to do a little bit more of as we move on. So the bottom line is for the economics that are there. What do we get in the Township of Langley? So Township of Langley, for our overall budget, contributed 3.93% into the budget, or $2.79 million. But you received 5.3% back, so $3.79 million back of services that actually happen in your communities. So it's made up of 344 officers and what we like to call, some people, when it first started in 2003, 2008, They were calling it sort of an insurance policy, but really what I like to call it is a force multiplier. So, you know, there has been talk in the press, you know, almost daily about police not having enough resources out there, or vacancies, or stuff like that. The ability that the I-Teams offers for all the contributing partners, and Township of Langley is one of those partners, is at almost a moment's notice, you have access to 344 police officers. Other than myself, because I'm sleeping, but everybody else is ready to go. So those are the 5 teams we just went over. Sorry, just with having my video going before, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. So it is true integration, like I had talked about. The true integration started in 2003, 2008. It was born in the Lower Mainland. It's been seen, quite frankly, as a best practice throughout North America for sure. We've now presented on this model as far back as Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as down into recently last week we presented to a bunch of agencies down in Los Angeles, where they had multiple agencies working in one area. Actually, I think they had 16 or 18 different agencies working in this one area, and they couldn't believe what we have here in this. The province is very happy with it, and the RCMP is very proud to be dealing with it. It provides a level of standardized police services for your detachment, as well as the communities that we provide. And you know, especially when we start looking at the significant actual cost to be running one of these teams. For example, if you're looking at starting up an emergency response team, for example, you're looking at about $60 million to start one up. To have a 24-hour service with your police dogs, you're looking at having 5 teams just to be able to do that coverage. By the time you have people that are off, training, sick, all that kind of stuff, you need to have that coverage. So you see a good coverage with that. We police 28 different communities, RCMP communities, as well as 5 municipally policed communities, as well as 40 First Nations. Now, we start looking at, what's the cost efficiencies that we look at, and they're proportionally shared amongst all of the different communities that we have. So we look at a criminal code offense of offenses in your community of 75% of the cost share, and then the population 25%. So it's a 75-25% population. We've looked at some other efficiencies as well. We've brought on some other partners. So, for example, West Vancouver just came on in the last year with providing some more police dogs. So the integrated approach, we have 4 principles. We have standardized level of service. So it doesn't matter if you're in the Township of Langley or if you're in Hope, you're going to get a standard level of service. Cost equity, it's shared between all of the contributing partners. Cost stability. So when there's a high population growth or significant increases in criminal code offenses, we balance this over a 5-year rolling average. So we're not seeing these spikes that are going to be going up and down, which is good for all of our partners. As well as cost effectiveness, so we share all the capital expenses and all the capital expenses. So for example, a tactical armored vehicle, they're $750,000. The helicopter that's parked here at Langley Airport, it's over $5 million. So when we start looking at those capital expenses, it would absolutely bankrupt a small community. So I know I'm up here and telling you that, well, no, honestly, it's fair and proportionate, but really is it? So that question was posed a couple years ago at a mayor's forum. So we took that back and we sent it out to have it externally reviewed. And what the review came back with was that looking at different models that were out there and how we can have the different effective efficiencies, it was determined that the 75-25% formula was the most adequate and most fair across the board for all of the different communities. So we're going to take a closer look at the teams. You can see in 2022, we have our annual report coming out in about 3 weeks or so, and this will be a companion along with that, as well as the video that goes along with it. But you can see where we're at with respect to 2022. Some of our areas are up and some of our areas are down. The area that's up that is on our watch list is certainly IHIT, as well as our emergency response team. The emergency response team this year has hit about 138 as of May 1st calls for service. So we're expecting to be over 300 calls for service. Anecdotally looking at the data, and I say we looking at the data, when Sean's looking at the data, we're actually looking at probably the increase of mental health calls is probably our primary driver with respect to having to call out the emergency response team. So let's look at the Township of Langley. So IHIT calls for service in the Township of Langley in 2022 has been 5. And you can see the different the numbers there. Some of the current challenges that we have with respect to last year, IHIT was being called out every 5.2 days. So, you know, they would just get onto a file, they would just start getting going, kind of that 72-hour, and within a day or so of that, they're being called out for the next file. So civic partners and ITAC, as well as the government, the ADM of Public Safety, have certainly submitted a letter with respect to the I-teams, specifically pointing at IHIT, looking at their adequate and effectiveness with respect to being able to take this number of calls. Our analysis has confirmed their concerns, so we are certainly looking at more efficiencies and increasing the size of the team to deal with the demand that we've been seeing year over year increasing. We're resourced to 2008 levels in IHIT, and that was when we were resourced to be able to handle 21 cases. So last year we hit 70, and you know, year over year we've been hitting 42 as an average. IFAS, so your integrated forensic team, so your scientists, as I like to say, we have 16 regular members. You can see your property crimes have come down since 2008, but they're starting to creep up there again. And so we nicely split those two numbers up there. IPDS, you know, we've been looking at internal and external reviews with our IPDS. And IPDS is in a covert building here in the Township of Langley. It is the largest building that we have, largest unit that we have of dogs in the country. The awesome thing about it is we're self-sufficient. We don't have to send our trainers to Innisfail for all of the extra training. It's all done right here. So we actually have other agencies, including Vancouver, as well as many RCMP detachments from across the other provinces coming here to do their winter training, because I guess the conditions are a little better with no snow. It's an awesome facility that we have here. And if you ever want to go and see it, it's just let me know. IHIT, as I said at the beginning, very, very busy. We've seen a 550% increase since 2006 for emergency team callouts. Since 2017 to 2020, we've seen a 35% increase year over year, and that continues to grow as we go. ICARS, that is the, every time we hear of a crash and the highway shut down, that's when that team comes out. There's 20 members that work there. And, it's the investigation doesn't just happen when the highway opens up. It goes for anywhere from 8 to 9, sometimes 12 months afterwards, looking at the actual data that goes in there. So every single file that the I-teams goes to, it's a critical incident. It's not like your detachment where you go to a critical incident, then you go to a number of other calls, then you do a traffic stop, and then you go to maybe another critical incident. Every single call for service for the I-teams is a critical incident. So we are embarking on new strategies to deal with member wellness. My previous job before coming in here, I worked and I was in charge of our health services for the RCMP. And so we've got some really good initiatives that we have here. Knowing that, we have to take care of our primary asset, being our humans that work for us, our employees that work for us, and making sure that they have a better work-life balance, making sure that we're taking care of their wellness. To have one employee off, a police officer off, costs anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 a day, or that's $264,000 to $314,000 a year. So the investment that we put in and the strategies that we've put in place in the last little while have really paid off dividends, where we're looking at about anywhere from a 92 to 94% rotable rate on a month-to-month strategy. So it is certainly working. And I'll leave some time for questions, Your Worship.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Martins.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that presentation. Just a couple of questions, if you don't mind. So clarify again the area of coverage for these integrated teams.
Yes, the entire Lower Mainland District. So from Boston Bar all the way over to the Sunshine Coast, up to Whistler, Pemberton.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad to hear that the police dogs are in Langley. So my concern when I think geographically is response times, not so much for IHIT, ICARs, more so for the tactical units, the police dogs and the ERT in particular. Are there multiple teams spread across the region, or are they potentially responding to an unfolding incident that's critical, as you mentioned, and they're coming from Boston Bar and it's over in Pemberton or Sunshine Coast? How does that look?
How it looks specific to dogs, we have anywhere from 5 to 7 on shift every time. So when you have that critical incident, when you make that call, you don't just have one dog maybe showing up. You actually have 3 to 4 to sometimes 5 dogs showing up. The emergency response team, they're on a 15-minute call out, so they're rolling within 15 minutes. It doesn't matter if it's 9 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning. They're on a 15-minute call out. We've done cost efficiencies analysis. As opposed to having an emergency response team on for 24/7, it is absolutely not cost efficient. We would have to grow the team by double to be able to do that. So what we've done is we've plugged in all of the files, and we've got shifting in around that. We have a thing in the RCMP called operational response, and they have to be up and rolling within 15 minutes. So they're rolling from their houses, they're ready to go, and they're gone. So typically, we've had calls here in the township of Langley where members are sleeping, and we've got emergency response team members who have been sleeping on scene anywhere from 7 to 8 minutes later. So it is a very prudent way to be using our precious resources by having this operational response.
Okay, thank you. And just more of an observation, I was happy to see in the image of I think it was a graduating class for police dogs, I saw a female handler in there. And so I, being a female, hoping that we'll see more females representing some of these tactical teams.
Absolutely. One of my top 3 directives for our dogs, specifically our dog team, is to get more females. So they've certainly been given that directive to make sure they're doing it. We're also doing a review right now of the antiquated, maybe it's not, but challenge the status quo. They're actually looking at the physical test to be able to get in. It might be the right test to do it, but if we don't ask the question and challenge the status quo, definitely. So yes, we had one of our females handlers get in, and we've got 3 more right in behind that one. So it's a slow process, but I'm also happy.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And sorry, rolling through my notes here. So I know you had mentioned the difficulties right now that we're experiencing with staffing resources when we're looking at growing units. Where do you contemplate the resources coming from for where you're trying to build your
I
staff?
think policing as a whole has to start thinking outside the box. This is not the RCMP's position. This is the position of Bruce Singer.
Okay.
I think we need to start thinking outside the box. One of the outside of the box thinking that we're doing is typically, same as Vancouver, they hire police officers to go into IDENT. I don't think that's cost effective. I don't think it's cost efficient. Because the people that are working in IDENT are primarily scientists. So we have places like BCIT or SFU that are pumping, hundreds of people out every year with potentially, not very much in the way of employment. Wouldn't it be awesome to have special constables going into hiring them, send them off for 3 weeks of training, 4 weeks of training, and then bring them in and start working them that way. They will work as scientists probably for the rest of their career. And then when they decide, you know what, I actually want to go do that, then that's an awesome opportunity for them to go and do that. We actually start the pilot project up this fall where we'll be doing that to fill those. The other things we're looking at is for the emergency response team, for example, instead of waiting for police officers to get let free from the actual detachments or their departments, we're actually looking at more efficiencies by hiring people that have been in the military and special operations. They've spent millions of dollars training them. Why would we not send them to depot for 6 months, bring them out to do their field training, and then right back into the emergency response team? That's some of the things that we're looking at to get more access to applicants.
Super interesting and very different, as you said, to previous hiring methods. So I look forward to seeing a year from now how that's all playing out.
No pressure, thanks.
Yeah. So we're not drawing on resources from, I'm considering Langley here, to staff these units.
I want to be able to have a multi-pronged approach so that we have still the ability for somebody that works in Township of Langley or Langley, having, if they want to become, we have 155 different jobs in the RCMP, which is amazing, but allowing them to be able to do that. But we have to realize that, so for example, 2 years ago when we had our tryouts for the emergency response team, we'd have 48 applicants come per session. Well, this last time we had 8. So there just isn't the interest in some of those areas where it takes 4 to 5 years to get somebody up to the standard of in IDENT, for example. They get 3/4 of the way through that and they're like, you know what, this isn't for me. Then we start that whole process again. So definitely not taking it away that you can never go in this, but we have to open up some other opportunities to be thinking outside the box to open that up for, especially in this hiring. And this isn't just some phenomena that just started happening in the last couple of years. They've been talking about it since 2014, as you know.
Thank you. And just sorry, bear with me, just a couple last points here. And these may be outside of the I teams, but maybe you may be able to answer while you're here presenting to us today. One issue is the South Coast Highway Service delivery realignment. And I know that ICARS is responsible, as you said, for potentially being called out to major events. So that will continue, that ICARS will be doing that. Do you know, resourcing-wise, what's happening for the township? That responsibility is now falling to us. I'm worried about we're being stretched thinner and thinner with our members here in Langley having to take these responsibilities. Or is it possible that the people working at South Coast Highway Service might be able to join your increased complement in the ICARS piece? So, just a
So
thought.
for the ICARS itself, it's a long question, so
Yeah.
I'll see if I can piece it together. So I have nothing to do with BC Highway Patrol. That is a provincial entity.
Okay.
My function is the I-teams, which ICARS and the Township of Langley is a contributing member of that. That's not going to change. Okay. So whether it's a BC Highway Patrol member going to a fatal collision at 240th and the freeway, or if it's somebody from Langley Detachment going there, ICARS will still be service provider for that crash.
Okay, and I'm really glad to hear that because I know, as you mentioned, it's not just the time that the highway is closed. This goes on for months afterwards, the investigations, yeah. And then my final question, and again, this might be outside, this is probably outside of the I-teams, but you might have some words for us on this one. I had heard rumors about the Car 67 program might be expanded in the region. And I don't know if you've heard about that, if there's any truth to that, and if it's being considered for Langley. And the reason I bring that up is we're coming up to the first anniversary of the shooting incident in Langley last year, which did draw a lot of resources, and I believe would have been I-teams involved in that as well. So I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration for that, even on a regional level, or expanding that program to assist with people in mental health crisis.
Absolutely. My district commander, Assistant Commissioner Levy, is absolutely all over the Car 67 program. She was a crops officer in 2 other divisions where she had those programs in those divisions or similar from those divisions. I worked in Newfoundland, Labrador, where we started a program up there, and absolutely, we're working with our partners in Coast as well as Fraser Health to start that up. I know that Superintendent Mihad is leading for this LMD. She's leading out of Maple Ridge. She's the OIC there. She's leading a committee that is actively pushing that forward, and I'm not here to make any announcements, but it's moving forward favorably.
Thank you. And if you can send a word back, Langley would really like to be at the front of the line. Thank you. That's everything.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Couple questions. More about the funding. Are there municipalities that don't participate? And do they benefit from the work you do even though they don't pay for it? Because of course we know crime doesn't really know boundaries.
In theory, no, but mutual aid is still always going to be mutual aid. So, for example, we had the bank robbery style takeover in Saanich, where we have a helicopter here, we have emergency response team members here that are highly trained. I would put them against any emergency response team in North America, and certainly we had 8 resources on the ground about 25 minutes after the bank robbery to help them in there. That's called mutual aid. We'll do mutual aid here. So for Vancouver, we'll do mutual aid for them. They'll also do mutual aid for us here. But we will not be going for calls for service like, hey, can you take these different files if you're not a contributing member? So for example, some of the municipal agencies do not participate in some of the different programs. So they're on their own for those programs. All of the RCMP detachments, the 28 that we police, are part of that program. So we will continue to do work in those areas. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, no, that helps. I had a question about the Integrated Gang Task Force. Is that in here somewhere too? It's not. I know that there's a lot of residents concerned about gang activity. So how does that get addressed?
That is up to that CFSU that deals with that portion.
CFSU, help me with the acronym.
Combined Forces Enforcement Unit.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I would love to take over all of the integrated teams, but
Sorry,
no, it's not.
I didn't know there was a response. Go ahead, Councillor Kunst.
So the Combined Forces, is that under the RCMP or is that something separate?
It is RCMP led, but it's certainly, so for example, the OIC of CFSU is under a governance model, and it usually flips back from an RCMP officer to a municipal agency back and forth. So it is certainly a very integrated unit within it is housed at our Green Timbers there.
Okay, so it works like obviously with the teams that you have on the ground here in Langley and
yeah, we work with them all the
else.
time. We were working with them just this last weekend.
Okay,
on an operation here in Township in Langley.
Councillor Impopta, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, just a quick follow-up to Councillor Kunst. When you talk about mutual aid, is there funding flowing back and forth? So if you aid another agency, we're going to get compensated, you're going to get compensated for it, and vice versa if you go into Vancouver because they request? Or like, is there funds being exchanged, or is mutual aid just meaning we're just volunteering to help you?
Yeah, if it's an ongoing, emergency 911, please come quick, we wouldn't be billing for that, and they wouldn't be billing us for that.
Okay.
But if it is a planned operation that we're going to go and do mutual aid, and it's then we would be billing each other for that.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, appreciate that presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to E, reports to council. Item 1, 2022 annual report and 2022 statement of. We have more. Okay, we'll go back. We have an agenda to get to, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your time, Your Worship,
Yeah, of
and
course. Go ahead.
councillors. Yeah. So I guess just to speak to Chief Superintendent Singer coming, I just figured for your benefit, you have a lot of units outside the RCMP that are providing service. So I figured every once in a while I'll bring a guest in to kind of talk about those different areas, and actually to Councillor Kunst's question, I did actually ask the OIC of CFSU to come in, so he'll come in and do a presentation for you as well, just the next council meeting. In terms of today, I just have a quarterly report that I fired to you, and it's really just a resource document for the most part, but I can go through the highlights very quickly, knowing that you've just got 45 minutes of policing, so I'll try to do this quick. I'll and at the end, if there's any quick questions, or I can certainly get any questions by email after, whatever you like. And just to break it up quickly into the different areas over the last quarter, despite all the information about the IHIT, it's actually been a very quiet year. We actually haven't had a homicide here since October of 2022. Not every year is like that, but it's actually been surprisingly quiet that way. However, we have had the serious crime units have been busy with other units, with other situations such as assaults, harassment, and othering threats being our main incidents. I pull this stuff off a database, so it does actually say here that we had one homicide. We didn't actually. We had one attempted murder, which was a shooting, but the person didn't pass away. But I'll leave the document here for you just to review the stats. And like I said, if there's questions later, you can fire them to me. One of our crime maps, and pretty much like all of our stats, things concentrate around Langley City, and then pretty much move northward from there up the 200th quarter kind of thing. A couple of highlights from the serious crime areas. As I said, I guess starting at the bottom, as I said, we didn't have any homicides, but we did have several stabbing incidents, including one that took quite a few resources involving a group of gang members that actually were visiting from England, and ended up getting into a bit of an altercation in Langley with some gang members here, and that resulted in kind of a big mess of a stabbing. So it took a fair amount of resources on that. We ended up seizing quite a bit of cash and drugs out of that, and we ended up having to get CBSA involved, and we had a number of people deported from Canada at the end of it. The second file was we had a fairly significant human trafficking file involving some young females, probably 12 or 13 years old, working out of a hotel here in Langley, and pretty serious violence occurring there. So we worked with CFSU and some of the Delta Police Department, Surrey RCMP, and some other units just to work on that file, and that's an ongoing investigation, hoping to get charges on that. And last initiative is a child youth advocacy center that we're trying to put together to work on. We're working with Encompass, who we're hoping to put together a center for abuse against children, both sexual and assaultive abuses against children, which really just creates a better atmosphere for children trying to come forward as victims and provide us statements and things like that. So right now, working with the Compass, we're just trying to work with locate the building for that and begin the training. These centers already exist in Edmonton, Surrey, and Vancouver, and we're just looking to put some officers in those locations just to learn about training and how we would operate those. Some other quick file updates is I've been talking about Carson Cremeni for a number of years, but that situation's sort of been finalized for us. And then, of course, was the death in 2019 of the young teenager that died was provided drugs. The person involved in that entered a guilty plea in May and was found guilty of manslaughter. And secondly, an individual was convicted of 10 counts of bank robbery throughout the Lower Mainland, and on April 11th, he received a 6-year jail sentence. Just before I got here in January of 2021, we had an attempted murder this was actually in the city of Langley, with somebody was shot in a underground parking lot, and that person just was found guilty and it just received a 7-year sentence. We, in terms of some other units doing some work, the mental health unit is fairly active, monitoring 7 cases, situations that are creating a lot of police files. And then we passed 7 other cases off to the ACT team that's been very effective in the community. We're also working on a Langley Interagency Frontline Table, or LIFT team. It's basically putting the community groups together and addressing people facing issues together and trying to get them essentially off the streets by combining all our resources together. We also are continuing and expanding our program of handing out naloxone kits. So these are handed out by our cell guards, our community liaison groups, school liaison, and our mental health officers, essentially just to prevent people from having overdoses. And then lastly, as Councillor Martins mentioned, the CAR 67 program, or the mental health CAR, we are still working with Fraser Health to try to keep that going. We have a memorandum of understanding that we hope is being reviewed by the RCMP, but I'm actually appreciated that question because I actually don't hear everything myself. So good to know that's still going. In terms of some of the, again, about the vulnerable sector and dealing with the homeless, we did all our officers together over the last quarter provided 250 referrals to community service providers. And we also started bike patrols and foot patrols in earnest with the weather getting better. And so those are kind of our stats for the number of patrols that we've done over the last quarter. School resource unit, number of initiatives involving the school, a lot of engagement, really just with police and getting together with the kids to try to keep a good relationship with them. Had a number of events at St. Catharines, Fort Langley, Walnut Grove, DW Poppy, Walnut Grove Secondary, and Aldergrove Secondary. And then now we're attending a lot of the graduation ceremonies in Red Surge. And we're continuing with the youth camp. Had 100 applicants from across Langley, and that we'll have 50 for that in July 4th to the 6th. And then we also responded to a number of violent risk assessment situations at some of the high schools. So there's about 8 new of those in the township and 3 new in the city. Traffic, 2 main initiatives. We had a number of complaints about street racing and noise involving vehicles around the Colossus Theatre and in Gloucester. We put together a number of enforcement days to try and counteract that. That resulted in 6 violation tickets being offered and 8 vehicles being impounded. We also worked with ICBC for a speed campaign over the last quarter. We had a number of overtime shift offered just to concentrate on speeding enforcement in certain areas. and a number of joint force operations across the city with ICBC. We laid 57 impaired charges in Langley, ranging from violation tickets up to criminal code charges, and we responded to 6 fatal accidents. Property crime, number of big topics are theft of vehicles and mischief to property, and then I would say that overall catalytic converters thefts are causing us lots of problems. Here's a big map of red dots showing all the property crime, and another one. These are the business crime trends, mostly. Complaints from businesses overall have been causing a disturbance, shoplifting, and false alarms. I'll leave this one for you. You can get your microscopes out once you get it. Again, business crime trends. Those are all the files related to businesses and where they're occurring. And these ones are more specific to break-in enters to businesses. A couple of notable files are that we did charge a provincial tactical enforcement priority. So essentially what happens is CFSU actually identifies gang priorities or people that are causing a lot of issues in gang-related crimes. And we did work on one individual and laid a number of charges in relation to theft of autos, break-in enters in the Langley and Abbotsford areas. The Special Response Team and Community Policing has been running a project in Brookswood in relation to a group of problem residents associated to property crime and drug-related crime. We've actually working in unison with CFSU and Air One, which is essentially our helicopter team, and kind of tracking their activities. And lastly is we did a fairly major project with CFSU over the last 3 months. So that involved kind of a major undercover drug project we did. It involved ultimately, after 3 months, the seizing of several guns, cash, and supplier level quantities of cocaine and fentanyl. We seized over 1,000 kilos of precursor materials used for the creation of fentanyl and MDMA. And one of the seizures was here in Langley, which was about 60 kilos of we also seized 60 kilos of fentanyl and MDA. The community police offices, they're all open in Aldergrove, North Langley City, and Willoughby. Willoughby is only open to the police, but it does. We do have officers working out of there pretty much full time, so it helps increase our response times. And there's a list there of what the community police offices do. The volunteer programs are up and running since COVID. We just hired 19 youths. We're kind of targeting community colleges and universities. We have 19 people just joining us over the last few months, and we started a number of programs, including the Speed Watch, Cell Watch, Foot Patrol, and Vehicle Patrol, essentially having these people out looking for things going on and reporting them to us. Resourcing besides just the detachment, we are providing a few bodies here and there to assist provincially. We've sent a few people to Houston to deal with the Coastal GasLine demonstrations. In May, we sent some people to Alberta to deal with the wildfires. And right now we are providing some support to Fort St. John with anticipation that they will have some issues with wildfires. Online reporting is still being relatively effective. We do have a number of people using it and just as a convenience, and those are the stats that we got from that. And last point I just wanted to make was just a thank you to yourself, your worship, and the councillors. In terms of the building improvements that you've provided, I have to say you are beyond any other, I think over the last 30 years of what you've provided to our detachment in terms of the fit facilities upgrades, in terms of the gym and the parking and the security. I have to say that's very meaningful to all our officers and appreciated. And we've been working closely with Farzad Ardestani and Harb Chohan, and they've just been awesome working with us. seems to be moving along very smoothly, and they've been great. So huge appreciation for that. It really is very meaningful to our officers that you would do that, and it really encourages, in terms of our resourcing, even the number of members that want to come here and show that they're sort of supported by the community, and then they're provided those sort of facilities to work out of. So huge thank you there. And then in terms of the 5 new officers that we received, so we did receive those positions, and we're looking to put them into 1 extra in the mental health unit, 1 into a media position, and the last 3 into a vulnerable persons unit that will deal with children-related offenses, missing persons, and domestic disputes. So I think all high-risk areas that are worthwhile. So that's it for me, and thanks very much.
It's good to know you just didn't deploy them all to Langley City, so that's
Yeah, no.
that's not what happened. So that's good to get that confirmed. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you, and just really quickly, and I appreciate that you rolling through that at the speed at which you did. A lot of information to cover in short order in the interest of time. And just considering the amount of our budget that goes to police services, I think it's really important that we do receive these periodic updates to know what's happening, and the great work behind the scenes that doesn't necessarily make it in the news, like particularly those, the outcomes of the court that you talked about, the sentencing, and also the investigations. So I appreciate all that information, and it's great news to see the community police offices are open and staffed up. That's amazing, and volunteer programming reinstated. So thank you very much. And yes, about the gym, I understand there is great interest that you had 25 members sign up for the gym committee.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
that's a good indicator there. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Bauer, can I just confirm that you can please have both of those slide decks actually emailed to all of council rather than just put in the distribution?
Yes, I can definitely do that.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we can move on to the agenda. Item E1, 2022 Annual Report and 2022 Statement of Financial Information. To approve the 2022 Annual Report and Audited Statements, get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just had a question about the SOFI reports. And the SOFI reports in particular, Schedules C and D and F are the 3 that I was wondering about. They're not in the actual, or are they in the actual report that's available for the public?
Mr. Bracken?
No, they're separate from the annual report.
Okay. And where would the public be able to access those reports if they wanted to?
I believe they're on the website.
They're on the website, okay. And also, have there been any 5-year trends done on these schedules?
No, we could
No.
look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on E1. Carries unanimously. Item E2, capital request for Aldergrove Athletic Park gathering area. Get a motion, please, to authorize that. Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question through your worship to staff. Just looking at the preliminary kind of renderings, I noticed that the concrete extends quite beyond the canopy itself. Just wanted to understand why that was. And then also, who owns the batting cage? Thank you.
This way.
Thank you, Your Worship. In reverse order, who owns the batting cage? I am actually not 100% sure. I have to look into that. I know there's a user group in there, but who actually physically owns the building? I don't have that answer with me right now. With respect to the concrete pad, the overhang was designed to essentially be an extension of the orientation of the existing building. It could be expanded or contracted as desired, but based on what staff contemplate as being most feasible, this is what's being shown. It's about halfway or 60% of the concrete pad. Just the orientation is slightly different than the concrete pad itself.
Okay, so then my only slight concern is that if we don't own the batting cage and we're affixing an area to it for public access. And just make sure that we've got kind of our grounds covered on what happens if we don't own the batting cage, what happens. So just something to consider.
Mr. Backen, can we just to take the motion as it stands, and if it turns out that the Township of Langley does not own the batting cage building, that it returns to council?
That's correct.
We do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Richter.
Yeah, some questions of clarification around this. Number one, why would the Community Works Fund, the gas tax, be used for a roof? I don't understand that. Are there any restrictions on what the gas tax can be used for?
Mr. Backen.
There's loosely some restrictions, I suppose. It must be for a community benefit. In this case, the use of the gas tax is what staff believe is the most appropriate source given its community benefit to the users. And in this case, it's simply putting a covered area where they can actually hold their meetings.
Okay, now looking at the map of the park on page 4, it seems to me that there's a covered picnic area right like very close to that. So why are we putting a roof in here, and who is it intended to serve?
I think there is some structures in the area. However, because of other use or because of size of the groups themselves, I don't think they're felt to be adequate. In this case, it's just a user group that has formed over the years. Usually it's seniors and who may have some child-minding duties. They're looking for a congregation place, and this was through their request and usage that it was thought this would be an appropriate location and structure.
So it'll be open to all the community, but in particular, it sounds like they want a child play area there.
Not so much a child play area, but a place for them to rest while they're looking after the children who are maybe playing in the park. It's really for seniors.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Oh, and I did have another question. There are several items in here, and I'll ask it now just to get it off the table for now. Numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All those items, we're being asked to authorize funds to fund them. Are they not in the budget? Were they not in the budget?
That's correct. In our new structure, there are no items in the budget per se. There's items that have been referred or recommended. What we have is a series of accounts, if you will, and if we're to expend money from those accounts, then we have to go to council on a case-by-case basis to have a report or justification or resolution to authorize the expenditure.
So approving the budget doesn't mean a project goes ahead. It still has to come back to council for a vote.
Mostly correct, and I say that because we're approving envelopes that will then be utilized for these projects, but the projects are then determined throughout the year.
Okay, and on this particular project, I noted, and this is on page 2, that it was classified as medium, not critical or high. So what was was there like an impetus bringing it forward? Because usually we go with critical first, the high second, if there's any money left over, the mediums. Right?
No, that's correct. This is primarily prompted by the user group themselves, and in our ranking structure, there is a bias, I guess, towards those that may have primary health and safety concerns, but that makes it very difficult for new projects then to get a foothold. When residents or user groups come forward throughout the year and say that this is something that's of interest, then we can measure that and meter that given our other priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on E2. And that carries unanimously. Item E3, Capital Crest driveway improvements at George Preston Recreation Center. You got a motion to approve that? Moved by Councillor Rint. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion? Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just reading the report on this and having been a pretty active user of that facility, I understand that it's tricky to get around there, but just with all the capital expenditures that we've had this budget cycle, I'd be interested to see what council's appetite would be to defer this to 2024, just because based on the incident data, there's only been 2 incidents there that are really of note over the last 7 years. And in the 50 years that it's been there as a facility, I haven't heard of too many incidences. So I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing as much as we can this year. And so I'd move to defer this, but I'll wait till if any other speakers.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly refer this or defer it. There's no other speakers. I would, from what I understand, Mr. Backen, there was brought to the attention from some of the users of the facility that it was very challenging for 2 vehicles to enter and exit at that location at the same time. and then people are pulling up on the curb and things like that. So there was I think, a request to look at it. I understand staff looked at it and are recommending that we rectify it. Is that fair?
That's correct, Your Worship. It works well for small cars, but not for larger vehicles such as trucks. And part of this is as there was an upgrade to the electrical, transformer box. Well, a few years ago, it kind of meant that the curb had to be moved to the west somewhat to fit within the existing pad. We've now determined that we can actually move the curb back, to the east. That would provide additional room, and that would allow, of course, some driveway configurations and sidewalk configurations that would make it a bit safer. And that's the history from our perspective.
Is there a reason why the gate further east in that parking lot can't be open more regularly?
The gate to the east is opened, however, there's also gates in between. So our challenge is that if we're going to open the gate there, the traffic then could go to the west or the east. Right now, we'd have to then put in additional gates to the east of that gate if we were going to try to limit the parking lot. It creates a very large, oversized parking lot, and there have been some issues with inappropriate public gatherings after hours. That's the reason why that's got the safety gates partway through the parking lot.
What would cost more, a new gate or these fixes?
Probably, well, it wouldn't be just one gate. It would probably be about 2 gates at least with the concrete, so it'd probably be about the same.
Do you wish to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to refer it to 2024.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Richter. So you wish to discuss that any further?
Nope.
So I'd like to get on with this upgrade, actually. I think I've heard from a couple of people that have getting their kids in and out of there for hockey or ball hockey have said there's a couple of incidents. Staff looked at it and they're recommending we upgrade it. So I'd like to just get on with it. It's such a small amount of money, and there's a lot of people coming and going from that entry. It's a permanent upgrade to the facility. So I'd just get on with it, rather than just delay it for a year for the sake of delaying it. Just my opinion. So I'll call the question on the referral to the budget for item E3. And that referral fails with Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins opposed. So now back to the main motion. Any more discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, call the question on E3. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item capital request E4, East Aldergrove Piping Improvements Project. Get a motion, please, to authorize that. Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I see it's a critical project, but I did have a question with regards to what exactly so it's going to fill up a reservoir from the water treatment plant. So is that Metro water that's being used to fill up the reservoir, or is it aquifer water?
Mr. Bragan.
Thank you, Your Worship. In summary, all the water that ends up in the Aldergrove treatment plant is all groundwater as of today. And then it gets pumped out of the treatment plant, gets blended in the Gloucester area with East Langley water supply that was built, I think, approximately about 10 years ago.
Okay, so this is to make sure that the reservoir levels are high enough during the summer dry periods. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It provides both redundancy and resiliency to, while the water is being used, it's also being repurposed and filled back up for the firefighting capacities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on E4. Carries unanimously. Item E5, capital request for site improvements at Willoughby Community Park. Get a motion to approve that. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion? Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. All of them seem pretty straightforward and logical. Just a question to yourself, to staff, in regards to the upgrades to the concession. Since it's utilized by not just community groups, was there any discussion about these non-community groups participating in funding any of the upgrades, since they use it pretty regularly?
Mr. Bracken?
There has been some consideration given, however, our challenge is we wish to maintain ownership of the assets in case there's any issues that should arrive. We've had some past experiences where there have been utilization of third parties, not community groups, but third parties, and if their business model is unsuccessful, then they look at trying to remove the equipment. So our decision in this case was to recommend we proceed with ownership and certainly allow them to use it on a permit-by-permit basis, but to make sure we retained ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with this one because of the amount. It's $950,000. Like, that should have been in the budget? Was there an envelope for it in the budget?
Mr. Bracken?
Again, any of these projects would no longer be in the budget. There was contributions to various envelopes that consisted of reserves, surpluses, and estimates of revenue coming in through the year. Some money was actually moved from the previous year to these. So this is really the first time you're getting a chance to actually support or reject any of these capital items. So it's not something that would now, going forward, be in the budget. Again, it would simply be utilizing the reserve. That would be what you'd see at the budget, using the envelope or the bucket, if you will, utilizing that as part of the process.
Okay, so the capital projects reserve, which is now going to be drawn down by essentially $1 million, what projects are not going to get funded because this is happening?
Mr. Bracken, do you relate to it that way?
I relate to it to the inverse. No projects would be funded without council's approval, and this is the approval process. So there was the list of projects with recommendations that were in the budget process that have been circulated and could be recirculated again, but we're trying to vet those as we go forward based on available resources and available and known public demand.
Okay, but what happens, or what used to happen at council budget meetings, was that we would have a list of projects, we'd know how much money we have, and we could move projects above the line or below the line. I'm just wondering how this one has obviously gotten above the line. What was the impetus for that?
Yep, so as we look at the scenario you've described, at this point, or after coming out of the budget deliberations, there'd be no projects above the line. There'd be 0 projects above the line. The direction is that we would bring forward each project as the year goes by on a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not it merited proceeding. Its ranking, as you've referenced, such as being health and safety, is certainly important, but we're also getting a better sense of community importance. And in this situation, I think this is some of the user groups that have come forward and said these would make for some very positive changes to the facility itself. This being, of course, the Willoughby Community Park, and it's based on that, input that these matters are be coming forth with the reports and the recommendations.
Okay, but there's lots of user groups throughout the township and in all parts of the township. Why would the user groups just in this part get a priority foot up?
I guess I would say that this process doesn't end here today. The process will continue till the year end, if you will, under our system, as long as the budget envelopes that were set were large enough to accommodate those users. And rather than staff trying to make the determinations, it's council that makes those determinations in terms of public priorities and the criteria and conditions that are going to prevail.
Okay, but did council ever get any information from this user group about this part?
I think this goes back to the budget process itself, when there was, again, that list of projects, and this, I think, was probably been packaged so that there's several of the smaller projects combined to represent this total, but it would be something that was first seen, I guess, as part of the information that was received by council, not endorsed, but received by council at the budget process time.
Okay, and my final question is, how much is left in this reserve after we take the $950,000 out?
Ms. Ruff, do you know off the top of your head?
Probably approximately $4.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bracken, there's no other speakers. I see that this project, from what I understand, this user group has been asking for these upgrades for many years in relation to we have, I believe, youth warming up potentially in the parking lots. There's no seating at some of these fields, so parents are walking in the road and standing in the bushes in order to watch their children play soccer. I understand this will also potentially get those sea cans out of the way in some of these parking lots that are there. There's a number of minor improvements, I believe, and this has been, I believe, on the pipeline for many years, but just remained unfunded. Do I have that about right?
Yeah, no, I think that's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so I'll call the question on E5. That carries unanimously. Item E6, capital request fleet replacement program. Get a motion to authorize that, please. Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on E5? Councillor Richter.
Okay, so this is another quite sizable sum of money, $3.5 million. And so we didn't approve any of this in the budget process. We left it zero, and now we're approving 3.5 million. Okay, so where is the money coming from? It says various internal and external sources.
So effectively, in days gone by, this would be the fleet reserve that you've been looking at. And as you've outlined, we did not have any approval. In fact, staff went away and looked at the items that were, considered, and then came back with a reduced amount from the budget process to something that would be, we think, probably meeting council's priorities. In this case, that's 3.5 that effectively is coming from the fleet reserve, although there's some other, funds that can be used because of the electric nature of some of the electric vehicles and chargers that are there. Mr. Zweig, then, are there any other sources besides the fleet reserve and any of the grant programs that we've been utilizing that you're aware of that this is coming from?
No, thank you. As the administrator said, the fleet replacements and new purchases are funded from the equipment reserve. Is the EV charging infrastructure that we have the ability and opportunity to grant from different grant programs and external funding available, as outlined in the report.
Yeah, Mr. Bagan, I would also add that a portion of the Climate Action Reserve Fund is being used to pursue the corporate objective of reducing fleet emissions by increasing our EV charging structure and moving away from gas vehicles wherever possible.
That's correct, yes.
That's correct. So it's hard to have electric vehicles if you can't charge them. Would that be fair? Yeah.
Okay, can I finish my question?
Please continue, Councillor Richter. Yeah.
Thank you. What I was wondering about on this one, so the Fleet Equipment Reserve Fund, how much is left in it after this is taken out?
Ms. Ruff?
Approximately 1.8 million.
1.8 million. And the chargers that are putting in, I see there's 61 chargers. 6 are going into a fire hall, 13 at the RCMP, 27 at operations, 15 at the civic facility. Will those chargers also be open to the public to use?
Mr. Zweig?
No, through your worship, these are for our corporate fleet. So it'll be on mostly the secure areas from the operations and civic for the corporate fleet to charge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, similar line of questions. Just looking at the numbers. So starting off with the cars. So I'm not really questioning the light duty and equipment type upgrades for EV. I mean, I sit on climate action for Metro, and the biggest emitters, when it comes to vehicles are those classes. So I'm not really questioning upgrading those ones. Just in terms of the cars, we've got $500,000 in car upgrades. Can you tell me who or what departments are using those cars?
My recollections, I think they're fairly broad. It's corporate-wide, but Mr. Zweig, can you elaborate on any of the departments that are, or any of the departments that are not using them, I suppose?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We didn't break it down by department. I can certainly provide it, but it's a variety of users, civic, operations, recreation, you name it. There's a number of corporate vehicles needed.
Okay, and then going to the charger conversation, like if these were all public access, I guess I would have a little bit of a different question, but if these are meant for personal use of staff members, so I guess my other question is how many EV cars do we have in total in our fleet, not including equipment or light duty vehicles?
So, Your Worship, a two-part response, I suppose. The first element comes down to there are chargers in most of these locations for public use, and whether they're used by staff or used by the public, then there's a fee associated with them through what's called the Charge Point program. That effectively, I think it works out to be $1 per hour for a total of 3 hours. I think something like that. This equipment and vehicles are intended to be used as part of the fleet, so there should not be. Should say no personal use, but it'd be unusual for there to be personal use on those matters. They'd be left effectively in the works yard. Mr. Zweig, is there anything you can add to that?
Oh, thank you. I think there was a question of how many electric cars we currently own, and I'm just thinking of all the ones that are at different facilities. I think we're probably approaching 20 right now, but it could be a little bit high, but between 15 and 20.
Okay, and so specifically at the civic facility, I mean, we already have 4 chargers downstairs in the parkade. So I'm just, in my day job, I put in EV chargers, and the cost is actually in the charger themselves, not in the rough-in. So I don't have a problem with roughing in for the future. And we don't need a 1-to-1 ratio for chargers because they're not being charged necessarily every day. So I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to maybe decrease, put in the rough-ins if we're already doing the work once, but maybe splitting some 61 chargers is a lot in one swoop. Especially when it comes to the civic facilities, RCMP as well. Are these RCMP vehicles or are these civilian vehicles? I wasn't aware if we had RCMP EV cars. So, just if we can.
Yes, we do.
We do. Perfect. That's awesome to hear. Actually,
just a couple other comments. Just
go ahead.
Some context. The EV charger, because we're taking advantage of external funding, BC Hydro, NRCan. There's an opportunity to add in more chargers right now. So as the EV fleet expands over the next couple of years, anticipated to expand, as we replace old, aging vehicles with EVs, this will be accommodating that growth, that EV fleet in the future.
are we not concerned that perhaps the technology also advances and our chargers might not be to the best, once we are using these to the full capacity, that perhaps they're going to have to be upgraded again?
Mr. Zweig?
Certainly, technology changes all the time. I know that even the EV charging technology has changed. There's different suppliers we've used in the past, and we've really narrowed it down to ChargePoint, which are the current technology that we're using and anticipate to be used for a number of years in the future. But certainly the rough-in is a part of the cost, an EV charging replacement. If the technology changes, will have to be looked at in the future.
Okay. So again, I just want to reiterate that if these are for township fleet, I don't necessarily oppose it, but if it's for personal consumption, even if we are, being charged for the usage of it, it's the paying of the chargers up front that I would like to see deferred, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Councilor Richter?
I think that my question got answered. Thank you.
So, Councilor Richter, do you have any more on that? There's no other speakers. No? Okay, so I'll call the question on E6. That carries unanimously. Item E7, Councilor Kunst. Want to turn your microphone on? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and until I get some advice that tells me otherwise, I need to declare conflict on Brookswood Neighborhood Ponds and Hornpit.
And Hornpit. Okay, thank you. So on item E7, is there a mover? Moved by Councilor Bailey, seconded by Councilor Martins. Is there any discussion on E7? Councilor Richter.
Yes, based on the feedback that we've had from numerous people over the last few meetings, I'd like to amend the second paragraph, the third line, to read immediately west of 200th Street and north of a new 27th Avenue instead of the existing south.
Okay, I have some other speakers, so I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilor Van Popta.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to question the rationale for the south side of 27th Avenue and what the implications would be to move it to the north side. It's just more, I'm just have we done renderings on the north side? What were the pros and cons? Have we explored that option yet?
Mr. Bagan, do you know the answer to that?
I'll start off, and Mr. Winsley may have some additional information. I think it goes back to the original concept plans where our understanding was that the area that had been filled would be a suitable location, subject to appropriate setbacks, to utilize for both township and residential uses. I think the 27th Avenue, which is what we call the road in between, does provide for the ability to go north of 27th Avenue. That would, however, indicate a loss of some of the residential, and we're not certain, I guess, in terms of the other uses that would appear south of 27th Avenue. There's a significant area that has been, I guess, reclaimed and filled with structural fill. Mr. Winslow, do you have anything to add in terms of the location, in terms of what the implications are south of 27th?
No, that's a good summary, Mr. Backen. The only thing I would add is the general site plan is a very initial preliminary concept plan based on the previous work that was done around our fire halls. So the actual design work to move forward is why we need to determine the location so we can actually begin that process in more detail.
you have any more?
Still formulating my thoughts on that.
I can come back to you. I can come back to you if you wish. I had one follow-up to that, Mr. Bracken. The motion here, I just want to make sure we clarify what we're voting on. So the council directs staff to establish Horn Pit as the location of the new fire hall west of 200th Street and south of 27th. Now, when you say establish, does that mean do some more work on it? And then would it have to return to council for a rezoning application specific to institutional use? That would allow, I think that would allow for some more justification and context for this location?
Yeah, I'm not sure it would be a formal rezoning because our institutional uses are included in all of our base zones themselves. However, you're quite correct. It would have to come back to council though for the ultimate location and the application of the, I guess, the facility into that area. What we're looking for is to go forth and determine if it's appropriate to actually what will fit there, what won't fit there, what that's going to look like, and what the implications are for the adjoining uses. So yes, it would be coming back to council once we've actually had more analysis done in terms of how it fits, implications for both this and any other uses that there might be.
I think that helps. Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to some of the points that have already been raised, when I look at the conceptual plan, I'm excited by a lot of the uses that are proposed in it. I think there's been discussion about other potential uses there. And before we are able to actually come to a complete conclusion on the Horn Pit site, I think I'd be more comfortable if we have the NPs done, the NCPs done. I think that the reality is the feedback that I heard at the public open houses and through our more direct channels left still some questions in my mind. And to Councillor Richter's proposed amendment that she might be putting forward, just because I don't want to rule anything out and I don't want to be too prescriptive here, if I was to make an amendment here, it would be to retain west of 200th Street and eliminate and south of the new 27th Avenue so that, both either north or south of 27th could be explored in more detail since only the south side has been explored so far and that's all we've seen. So I'd like to see a potential site plan, site layout for the north side so that we can retain south side for potentially other uses.
Okay, so we'll process the First Amendment and we'll see where we land. Councillor Richter, do you wish to make that amendment?
I wish to speak to it a bit more here.
It would be your second time to the main motion. You're okay with that?
Yeah, well, I can still speak to it and then make a motion, can I?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
First of all, I don't understand why we have to reaffirm the funding envelope. That motion was already passed, so I think that part's redundant.
Can we get that explained, Mr. Bracken?
Your Worship, what council previously did was approve the borrowing bylaw going through that current process. The actual funding envelope as a whole, although it is the same amount of money, was not established. So theoretically, the funding envelope could be $60 million with a borrowing bylaw of 25. So we're just trying to align the budget envelope with the borrowing bylaw at 25.
Seems like duplicate effort on the budgeting part, but that's another story, I guess. Okay, well, Councillor Pratt raised a good point. I think it's absolutely critical that this hall not go anywhere closer to the existing Little Campbell River other than north of 27th Avenue on this lot. There is too much tree canopy that's still there that would be removed and damaged as a result. We've heard from numerous environmentalists and biologists and experts in what they're talking about on an environmental aspect, saying that the Little Campbell River is already extremely stressed. It needs to be left alone as much as possible. So while the fire hall is, I guess, a needed community amenity, it does not have to take trees out in the same, by the same processes being put in. So, Councillor Pratt, you suggested what wording on the amendment?
We're not going to debate it between council members. If you have an amendment to make, Councillor Richter, please go ahead.
Okay. Just say west of 200th and take the whole south of 27th out.
I'd like to have a recess here so we can workshop your motion. Can you please just make your amendment,
Okay,
Councillor
you know
Richter?
what, Mr. Mayor? This is extremely inappropriate behavior
have an
on your
amendment to
part
make it.
towards members of council who are trying to have a reasonable discussion here.
If you have an
I
amendment
don't
to
know
make,
what
Councillor
I've
Richter.
done to upset you today.
Do you have an amendment to make, Councillor Richter? Go ahead.
Okay, my amendment is immediately west of 200th Street and not south of a new 27th Avenue.
So you.
That's the amendment.
You want to say not south as opposed to north?
Yes.
Okay, so not south, okay. Is there a seconder to not south? I'll second that. Seconded by Councillor Pratt, so we'll open up a secondary. Councillor Richter, go ahead, speak to it some more.
Yes, the environmental issues on this particular piece of property as one of a key wetland that's left in the township that supports a key salmon-producing stream needs to be taken into consideration. And we can't put the fire hall. I'm all for reforesting all of Horn Pit, but there have been numerous biologists that have come to speak to us to say the only place that you could put development in is north of the 27th Avenue. And I'm speaking, I believe it was a Dr. Michael Davies from UBC who made that point abundantly clear. So we don't want the fire hall south of 27th Street on this particular piece of township property. We need to protect the environmental integrity, what's left of it, there now as much as possible. So that's the purpose of the amendment.
Okay, I understand. Don't see any other speakers. I'll call the question. Councillor Van Popta.
Sorry, can I just get what the wording of the amendment is, please?
Yeah, so if you look at your second paragraph under E7, you see how it says immediately west of 200th Street and south of a new 27th Avenue?
Yeah.
The amendment would change the motion to read not north of.
No, not south.
Not south. Okay, see, it's confusing, but thank you for clarifying. Not south as opposed to north of a new 27th Avenue.
So then by that verbiage, we're saying it has to be north, where my understanding is that Councillor Pratt was wanting to not be prescriptive.
The motion is what it is, Councillor Van Popta. Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, if I could just speak to it and to address Councillor Richter with this amendment. That is what my intention was to say, let's not be overly prescriptive. Let's get a report from staff to say what it might look like on the north side. If it's practical and able to go in, then we can have that discussion. I don't want to be overly prescriptive. And maybe on the south side, as opposed to a fire hall, we can put some of that not-profit housing in a form that doesn't impact the tree canopy as significantly as this fire hall would. So I want to get more information. So I would be hesitant to be overly prescriptive in this amendment by saying not south. So for this amendment, even though I seconded it, I won't be able to support it. And I'd make a further amendment after that to say simply west of 200th Street.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So seeing no other speakers on, make sure I get this right, not south. Call the question. That fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Pratt opposed. Now back to the main motion. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
I'd like to move an amendment that changes the wording of the second paragraph to add a location immediately west of 200th Street as shown in the most recent concept plan. I guess.
Well, can we simplify it? What do you want the motion to change to be either north or south or something along those
Correct.
lines? Maybe you could try that version. Yeah.
So at a location immediately west of 200th Street and either north or south of the new 27th Avenue.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Pratt, do you wish to speak to that any further?
I think I've made my case for that.
Okay. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, again, I want to say that the experts, the scientists have spoken to us. They've made it quite clear the threat that the Little Campbell River is under right now. I can't support this motion as amended because it just leaves that threat open on the river, and we need to close the threat off. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. E7. That fails with Councillor Richter, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, and Councillor Martins opposed. So now back to the main motion. Councillor Richter, do you wish to speak? No, you've spoken twice anyway. I think you've spoken twice to the main motion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try what I was originally going to try, eliminate south and replace with north.
I don't see that as any different than the First Amendment, Councillor Richter. So I'm going to rule that out. Do you have a seconder to that,
No.
first of all? Not seeing a seconder anyway.
Are you ruling it out of order?
I am not, I don't see a seconder. So now I vote it out of order.
Okay, I challenge the chair's decision.
Okay, Ms. Bauer, this is our first challenge of the chair of the term. You wish to explain it to member of council, please?
In a challenge to the chair, the mayor will not vote. If you vote with the mayor to support his ruling, you vote yes. If you vote against, if you don't believe the mayor's ruling is correct, you vote no. So you're voting in the affirmative to support the mayor and the negative to, right? Yes. Told you. Yeah, the question is, shall the chair be sustained? So it will be yes.
There's no discussion on it, no.
No, no discussion.
So we'll call the question. That ruling is sustained with Councillor Richter opposed. Did you have another amendment, Councillor Richter?
No, you've
I'm
ruled
happy
it
to-
out of order.
Happy to return anytime. So if you're done with that, I don't see any other speakers on E7. Call the question. Did you wish to speak to it again, Councillor Pratt? No, there we are. You got to be faster, Councillor Pratt. Go ahead.
You're not as fast as some of those people. I would propose an amendment that says location of the new replacement Brookswood Hire Fire Hall 5 at a location within the lands described as Horn Pit.
So you want it on the Surrey border?
I don't want to be prescriptive.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. So do you wish to discuss
I think-
locating the fire hall anywhere within Horn Pit?
I think that it would be a advantageous thing to have staff come back to council with their top 2 locations within the Horn Pit lands, where a fire hall might be practical and still serve the purposes and serve the advantageous location that, according to Councillor Bailey and other firefighters, that is presented by having it on the south side. But I want to see if there is strong enough rationale for another location in the Horn Pit lands for a fire hall.
Okay, I understand. Councillor Bailey.
One of the reasons it's put right on 200th is because of when you're positioning a fire hall, you want to have the best north-south access, east-west access. If you, with this amendment, you could possibly be looking at moving it right over to 196. And that would negate exactly what is trying to be accomplished with immediate north-south access, which then keys to the east-west access. So, yeah, I'd be opposed to this because you could put it anywhere in Horn Pit then.
I agree. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I share similar concerns to Councillor Bailey. I don't think those lands are negotiable. The vast majority of them are not negotiable. And if the motion passes the way it's worded, I think it's opening all of the lands up to being negotiable, and that's environmentally just not the right or smart thing to do.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would say that with the wording of the motion, the wording was chosen carefully so that to not be overly prescriptive, but leave it to the experts and to staff to come back with the top 2 most logistically sound and practical locations for a fire hall on the Horn Pit lands. If that came back and said along 200th Street, I would be strongly in favor of that. And if it came back along 196th Street, I think many members, if not all members of council, would have serious concerns about that. So the wording of the motion was chosen very carefully to try and hopefully achieve some of the aims of many members of council here.
I understand. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question on that amendment. That fails with Councillor Richter, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta opposed. Now back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E7. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. E8, ice and dry arenas of facility. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Yes, we do. I always forget something. That's my one mistake of the council meeting. It's always one. And remind me, Ms. Bauer, through all of that, was the main motion ultimately amended or or not? It was not.
No, it was carried as originally moved.
It was, just so you know, Councillor Coons, it was carried, not amended. Okay, so moving on to E8 here again. So I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion? Councillor Martins.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. Ms. Bauer, I believe we were going to move that as amended. So I'm going to just go back and redo this because we need to change the last paragraph to be not Saturday, July 15th, 2023, but to be amended to read in September or October. Point of order, yes, of course you do. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Of course I do. The motion was moved by you and seconded
Fine.
by Councillor
I'll move an
Bailey. The
amendment.
motion is live and on the floor.
Yeah, I'll move an amendment. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. I'm going to call the question on the amendment to change it to September, October.
My mic is still on.
We're just disposing of this. Yep. That carries to Councillor Richter opposed, who wants the event in July. So just to carry on here, Councillor Richter, Councillor Martins, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at this amended now. So I agree with this in principle, what we're trying to accomplish here with the funding. There's no question for me there. But the second paragraph is problematic for me. I'm not sure if we can look at another amendment. I've heard this term a couple of times now, established, well, sometimes it says council priority projects, now it's saying corporate priority projects. I have asked this question, trying to get to the bottom of this. Who established it, and where do I find this established list? Because I have difficulty voting on a motion on something that I don't have concretely in front of me that what the established list is, because it's also going on to say that staff set corporate work plans accordingly. So I have difficulty including paragraph 2 is what I'm saying. I'm happy with the funding piece, but I'm finding it troubling. So for
Mr.
discussion.
Vagan, to provide some clarity on that.
I'll start, and Mr. Winslade again may be able to assist. I think what the intent of the paragraph is to indicate to staff that this is a priority project. I'm not sure that there is a overt list other than staff's interpretation of those things that may have came from the election process in terms of what we believe council wishes to see from that process, and as well in part from our discussions, meetings, and some of the workshops we had early on in terms of what the corporate priorities actually were. I think the use of the phraseology corporate versus council is largely inadvertent, and it's simply intended to reflect the importance of the matter, so that, for example, that this matter would be taken as a priority over, say, something else such as repairs of other facilities or things of that nature, or sorry, that's a bad example because the repairs tend to go to the top of the list, but other projects that may be out there such as widening a turning lane or something of that nature. So I think the intent is to establish to staff that this is one of the key priorities that we wish to advance forthwith, and that if it comes down to this and another matter, that this would take priority. Now, Mr. Winslade, maybe you can elaborate.
That's correct in terms of the intent, and I know it's a very large council package and it's buried at the back of this report, but on page 9 and 10 is a summary, and it's labeled background history. It outlines specific to this project some of the priority projects, but council did actually establish 6 that were called again, inadvertent, I can't remember if they're council or corporate, but as priority projects. We could pull that information for council if so desired, but the brief history specific to the arenas is at the back of the report.
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate just having this in black and white, the established list. I'm wondering, though, in the spirit of moving this forward, part 1 of this paragraph, or this funding piece, is if we could actually take out some of the wording in the second paragraph while we're getting the clarification so we can move it forward. Just not referring to the importance of the established corporate priority projects, but just to this project, and specifically then talking about the work plan for this project while we get the other part of this list clarified for a general direction to staff on whatever the items are on the list, if that's possible, if that made any sense.
Somewhat. I'm wondering if this captures it, and it's something we can circulate later as to the list. I think that's readily available. I'm simply wondering that if we said that council confirm with senior township staff and all divisions the importance of the established corporate priority projects, including the new ice and dry arenas facility, period.
We could. I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not comfortable with established projects with an S. I would rather just say this project and the work plans related to this project. That's all, rather than the whole list.
The importance of this project and the existing staff work plan, period.
Can also come back to you. We've got quite a list of speakers, so you could maybe try to draft something and then come back to you.
Sure.
We've got quite a list of speakers here. Councillor Richter, go ahead. Made a note of it.
Okay, this is $100 million project plus GST. And it's basically for new ice and dry arenas at the Langley Event Center. $100 million. Now, of that, only 96 million has been funded, if I'm reading this correctly, with 19 million coming from the Growing Communities Fund. And I think we got 28 million, so I'm just wondering why we would take the vast majority of the Growing Communities Fund and put it into one sport, essentially. But the 76.7 million, which makes up the rest of the 96 million, is coming from internal reserves. So what does that leave us with in internal reserves?
Mr. Bracken?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have to kind of roll it back and begin, and Mr. Winslay's assistance may be necessary. I think what we're suggesting here is that from the grant we received from the provincial government in 2023, that we already allocated some money towards this project, and would be then allocating a further $19 million toward this project. That would use the lion's share of that grant process, or that grant funding. Why that is really a matter of available funding that we have at the moment. Council could certainly look at other funding, but we're looking at that as being the most opportune simply because of the timing. The other element of it then is, well, what about the balance is what I'm hearing in terms of the $76 million. That's something we've been wrestling with somewhat because we're not quite sure how to best describe it, and we think this language does do that, but I'll explain why. What we're looking at from the balance of the funding is really a multitude of sources, which could be reserves and surpluses, but we don't anticipate exhausting all reserves and surpluses on this matter. We also intend to pursue grant funding, the use of community amenity contributions, and as well the potential for, I guess, a borrowing if that should be necessary at some point. What the funding here allows us to do is to proceed with the project for, I would say, most of 2023, probably most of 2024, and that during that time period being able to determine of the various funding sources what the right mix is vis-a-vis council's other corporate priority projects or community projects that exist as well. So it's allowing us to proceed with the project because it's getting to the point where we think we have enough information to advance it. It allows the funding to be there, but it allows council the ultimate discretion in determining what funding sources should be used going forward with not boxing us into any particular or any single funding source. Mr. Winsley, did you want to reiterate or add?
The only thing to add, back in May, council approved $4 million from the Growing Communities Fund. So that's been approved previously. This is an additional 19.306, which would give us a total of 23.306 from the Growing Communities Fund.
Okay, but I still want to come back to this. We've got $100 million going into one sport in one of the communities of Langley. All the communities of Langley are growing. We're about to, bust open Brookswood Fernridge. That's next. Why would we commit this amount of money into one thing? It doesn't make sense to me. And it's not equitable. It's not equitable to all the taxpayers and residents in Langley Township. It's favoring a portion of the taxpayers and residents in Langley Township, and that's not fair.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm strongly in favor of this. This will not be used by one sport. In fact, it will be used an awful lot by the true national sport of Canada, and that's lacrosse. It'll also be used by ball hockey. It can also, because of this unique nature, can be used for all kinds of dry land training and other things. It is vital to have a very innovative structure like this to service. I can speak from a lot of knowledge. I've coached both lacrosses. The lacrosse is very short of space, and these two dry floors will go to accommodate an awful lot more kids. And one of the reasons I love it is lacrosse is not one of these exclusively expensive sports. Hockey is now becoming a sport of the rich, and you can take a run at me for that one because I played right up into semi-pro with hockey and know that, and also had children involved at very high levels of hockey, and I know exactly what it costs. But lacrosse is a sport where we can open it up to more children who are suffering economic hardship right now. And when you're looking at the future of Langley, if we have this facility here, it will help economically by drawing in tournaments of lacrosse, hockey, ball hockey, all kinds of things. Because remember, the bottom 3 sheets can also be taken out during the summer, or 1 or 2 or 3 of them, and it can accommodate tournaments of the dry sports. So I am very excited by this facility, having coached these 3 sports over a period of about 40 years, and know that this is vitally needed to not only service what's going on right now in our community, but also in the future.
All right, thank you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, sorry. Just going back to Councillor Martin's comments regarding paragraph 2. In the sphere of project management and running multiple capital projects at a time, it is imperative for staff to be given the tools it needs to coordinate the 6 projects that have actually been before us here. The biggest tool that is critical in project management is work plans. Work plans specific to a singular project, and work plans as it coordinates amongst other projects as well, especially when you've got staff overlapping multiple projects. I would actually, I'm happy actually to see paragraph 2 on here to be able to give staff the ability to manage themselves appropriately with all of these 6 projects that have come before us. And so I really think that it's a critical piece to add this in there, and I actually caution against removing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, it might come as a shock to some of you, but I actually do really want to see ice and dry arenas. One of the first things when I got elected in 2018 was the hockey people, the ball hockey people, lacrosse, really struggling with the fact that they just didn't have enough ice time for their kids. Having to go to another community to participate in either ball hockey or ice. And I know that there's communities already now redeveloping some of their ice arenas because of the cost. It just makes sense to build high rises. Our national pastime, which is lacrosse and hockey, it is something I'm very passionate about as a hockey mom, as someone who played hockey for many years, and also worked in the community to help underserved kids have that opportunity. So I may not be supporting everything that some of these corporate, what do we call them, priority projects, because of the money, because of how much it's going to cost. This is something that I do want to support, but I am concerned about how we're going to pay for it. So I'm interested to get some clarity on that in the future. But I do see the need for ice and dry arenas. So I will be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And notwithstanding the fact that I wasn't a lacrosse or hockey player, I'm pretty excited about this project, mostly because I know that it's been discussed for a long time now, just how critically short we are on space. But one of the things I'm happiest the most with this project is the fact that we're going to see knock-on effects in other arenas in the township, because having conversations with some other user groups, Langley Figure Skating is one of them, by opening up this space for a lot of our bigger user groups, we're going to be able to free up that space in other places for smaller user groups. And so there's going to be a lot less competition, a lot less stress on a lot of the parents and the organizers. So I think this is a project that definitely has a lot of merit, and I'm looking forward to either being there in September or October when we kick it off.
Thank you. Councillor Martins, do you wish to make that amendment?
I do. I also want to speak to
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
What do you want me to start with the amendment, or can I
Whatever you
speak on
prefer.
it?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. So my job here today is to govern, not to be a project manager. And I have tried for a number of weeks to get clarification on these established corporate council priority projects. And I have asked the question. It's not for lack of trying. So I'm not intentionally trying to slow this down. I fully support this project. Our community needs this. It's overdue. I am merely asking for paragraph 2 to be amended while I get proper information that I have diligently requested for a number of weeks. So if I can go ahead, I will
Yeah, go ahead.
propose an amendment.
Go ahead, yeah.
And please understand, this is in the spirit of I support this project and this funding. It's
I understand.
strictly the wording of paragraph 2.
I understand.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So just to change the words, that council confirm with senior township staff on all divisions the importance of the Ice and Dry Arenas facility at the LEC, and that staff set a corporate work plan accordingly to assist with, and then the rest of it. And what I would like to see then is clarification on these projects. I'd like as a council for us to ensure that we're all on the same page, or a majority on the same page of what the projects are, and then we can move forward with part 2 of this. That's all I'm asking for.
Mr. Bracken, are we clear, before we look for a second, or Ms. Bauer, are we clear on that proposed amendment?
Yes, essentially, we're taking the second paragraph and removing the words "of the established corporate priority projects, including."
Great. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. So I'll open up a seconder. Do you wish to speak some more to it, or are you good?
Nope, I'm good now. Yeah,
Councillor
thank
Pratt?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I probably missed it in Councillor Martin's original questioning to staff, but what was the logic around including the plural in this case?
Mr. Bracken?
Mr. Winslade, I think it was referenced earlier that at some point you were able to actually review the 6 projects, but perhaps you could elaborate.
Correct. As Mr. Bracken referred to, I believe it was in December of 2022, but there's a very specific council resolution that was passed that references, I believe it's 6 different projects. But since that time, we've also added through council resolution a number of other projects. So staff are trying to be very diligent in tracking all the projects that are assigned to us, and they're all a priority, obviously, for the corporation. Possibly just as Mr. Bracken referred to, a little bit inadvertent wording, putting too much emphasis on it, but staff are happy with the change, the amendment that's being proposed. It doesn't change the project overall as far as what we're proceeding with.
Right.
And so the list of projects that I remember during the budget process there was a long list, and it kind of gave us an envelope for their budget, and it gave us a pretty large number at the bottom. And then we sort of distilled down from there further the corporate or the council priority projects. Is that correct? And then now we've been adding back to that list as we go. And then you might also be able to comment, but I'm pretty sure the CAC policy now includes very specific projects that you might be able to describe as the priorities of this council as set by council motions, correct?
Your Worship, that's
Yeah,
correct.
go ahead.
Generally, again, it's unfortunately, I guess we could have moved it to the front of the report, but it's buried in the back of the report. There's been a series of different council resolutions that have helped us establish our priorities. The CAC programs is one, the budget process is one, some council resolutions and other requests from the public that are leading to reports. There's a whole series of information, but they essentially lead to a similar list of projects, and we're happy to provide that list to council in terms of what staff are working on and through resolution. But Arenas, this project specifically, has been a part of every one of those discussions that I just listed off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I can understand the reason for the amendment, but I can't support the amendment because we're putting $100 million into one part of the community and into one event center. And in that event center, what we've seen happen consistently since it's opened is more and more elite sporting groups using it. not the neighborhood kids. It's the elite sporting groups that are using it. And why would we put $100 million of local taxpayer money into elite sporting good? It doesn't make sense. We need to share amongst the whole community, and I, for one, don't understand why we're doing this in one fell swoop here, other than it was an election promise. But it seems to me the prudent thing to do right now, with the cost of everything, is to phase this. So if we did like 25 million into a phase one to get it going, maybe put one sheet of ice in, and then we have 75 million theoretically that's left that could be spent on other things like the cultural community needs or new roads or other things that are needed by this community. But to put this amount of money into one thing, it's not equitable. Sorry.
Councillor Bailey?
I have to apologize to another sport that will greatly benefit by this. And in some ways, it can become elite, but it also services, like hockey, it services the vast majority of the kids who will never make a nickel off that, and that's figure skating. The reason I didn't think about it first is I don't have daughters, I've never had a sister, but I've now got a granddaughter. And I know the pressures that come. I know not only do young hockey players have to go at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, but so too do the figure skaters. That's both male and female. And to phase something in like this, I can see will never happen. You either do it now, or you don't do it at all. And I apologize to the figure skating community, but it is very sizable. And like hockey, they need more ice.
Councillor Kunst?
So maybe it's premature, but I actually would like to see at some point a policy around that the users of these facilities are really, Township of Langley first. And I don't know how that.
Just to the amendment, and we're on the amendment. Do you want to speak again to the main motion? That'd be great, but we're on the amendment.
Okay, you're right. We
Yeah.
got sort of carried away. So, okay, no, I
I'll
won't
come back
speak
to you
to
if
the
you wish.
amendment.
Okay, great. So on the amendment, call the question on the amendment. That carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Pratt opposed. So now back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Kunst, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So again, I think, I think we all know that there's a lot of user groups that, come and use our facilities. And I don't want to I want to make sure that it's the taxpayers of Langley and their children that get first priority. So I hope that at some point in the future, maybe we can come up with a policy that covers that. Maybe we already have one, but I think Councillor Richter made a good point about, elite groups. And I just want to ensure that the first kids who get to use the ice, it's minor hockey if they're house teams, or that they get those ice times, and it's not they get the suckiest ice times because they're the house kids. So that's just something that I just want to clarify.
So I believe that there's going to be some work done as outlined under the user groups portion of the resolution in that regard. There's going to be a lot of work there.
And Langley girls ice and women's hockey needs good ice time as well. Thank you.
Absolutely combined within that portion of the resolution. So seeing no other speakers, I obviously support it. I think it's going to be a fantastic facility that future generations are going to be very proud of. It's going to be there a very long time, and it's going to help a lot of people in this community engage in sport. I think it's long overdue. I think we all know that. We have a growing community to build, and it's time to get on with building it. Projects get deferred and deferred and deferred, and endless deferment has resulted in a lot of challenges that we are prepared to actually get on with and address and make decisions here. I go to the LEC, and I see a fantastic facility, and I see lots of kids, neighborhood kids, playing ball hockey, or they're playing soccer, or they're playing rugby, they're playing field hockey, and they're playing all kinds of sports on these fields. And I'm pretty proud to see that facility, and I think it's fantastic that this council is stepping up to invest in it further. There's a lot of other investments coming all throughout the Township of Langley because there are needs everywhere. We just funded millions of dollars in athletic turf replacements in Aldergrove Athletics. So the idea that this is inequitable, I obviously don't agree with. And I think it's time to get on with to building our community, and anyone can just vote against everything. I'm going to call the question on E8. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. I'm going to do this one more, and then we'll take a bit of a break. Item E9, Transportation and Mobility Strategy. Terms of reference, is there a seconder to this? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, very excited to see this coming forward. Really appreciate staff's work to get it to this point. And I'm really looking forward to, hopefully with the community engagement and public engagement that we're going to do on this, replicate the success that we've seen so far in the Fort Langley waterfront public engagement. I know that speaking recently, it's been one of the best responded to surveys we've ever done, and obviously the planning process for this will be even larger than that. So looking forward to digging into this, and can't wait to 2025 when it's done.
Great. So is there any way to speed it up, Mr. Bracken?
We'll do our best, Your Worship.
Do your best, yeah. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I note on page 4 that funding was previously approved in the 2021 and 2022 budgets for a total of $600,000. Now, is that going to be the total cost of this strategy? And if it is, what is the $600,000 going to be spent on?
Thank you, through your worship. The $600,000 allowed us to do two things. Hire a first consultant to do terms of reference that are now being proposed to council for endorsement to go for an RFP process. The actual cost of the study will be dependent on, I guess, the submission of the qualified consultants and the preferred component.
Okay, so is 600,000 normal fair market value for hiring a consultant to put a strategy together? It seems a bit high to me.
Thank you, your worship. The 2009 Master Transportation Plan is outdated. This is a very large, comprehensive undertaking that includes extensive public consultation, workshops, and we expect a significant amount of work that is required to go into this new update. That is not just transportation, also mobility studies and everything that goes along with it. So quite a comprehensive plan, and it's in the order of magnitude that staff had anticipated, and as such was asked for as part of previous budget requests.
Okay, so there is going to be extensive public consultation as a result of spending this amount of money? Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, call the question on E9. That carries unanimously. So we'll take a 10-minute recess and return here at 5 minutes to 4. Okay, we'll get back underway. Move on for item F, bylaws for first and second reading. There's nothing there. So G1, bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Application, rezoning application number 100589, bylaw number 5905 for 63 single-family lots in the Salmon River area. Is there a motion? I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on G1? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I think public input is absolutely critical and needed for this particular application. I note that there is a mayor's note here that you're going to be referred to a public information meeting. I don't think a public information meeting is enough public input. The density on this particular property has increased significantly over the original application from a couple of years ago. And I really think not only do we need to defer for a public information meeting, but I also would like to request that we give it just first and second and send it to a public hearing after it's had first and second.
Okay, come back to, well, we'll see how we're going to reconcile that. Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I believe I might have even been the seconder on the November 14th resolution regarding delaying any applications here until some form of community plan is complete. I'm not aware of any update to the rural community plan. I'm not aware of any true planning process besides the MOU that was signed with Metro Vancouver. But as I understand it, that MOU was not to advance development applications in the Salmon River uplands, but was to avoid arbitration and other reasons. So I supported going to the PIM. I do not support any application here until we've got a update to the rural community plan, or at least we've heard sufficiently from the public that they'd be happy with proceeding with an application without a plan. But I have not heard that.
Mr. Bracken, can you clarify some of the confusion around that motion from November in regards to suspending the ability for a subdivision to have been approved by the approving officer versus this concept that's now floating around that somehow that was to review the rural plan? Could you please clarify?
Thank you, Your Worship. Our interpretation was that at that time, the owner had the ability to come forth with a application to the approving officer and do a simple subdivision in accordance with the zoning that might yield, I can't recall, I think it was a 10-acre lots, I think it is, or 5-acre lots? Something like that. So the challenge with that was it could be done, and then any tree coverage on the property could be removed entirely with that application, and we'd have no ability to regulate it. So with the motion that was put in place, from our perspective, was primarily to bring this matter to a forefront and put what's really called a hold on any subdivision application being processed by the approving officer, so that council could take some more time to revisit it. At that point, then, it was at least our hope, I'm not sure if that was council's intent, but our hope that it would not revert to a rural plan amendment, as that would be very much analogous to what the master transportation plan would look like. That process would be lengthy and fairly expensive. To the added complication that even if we were to go through that process, the Agricultural Land Commission and the Agricultural Land Reserve impacted such that we really wouldn't be able to do much in some of those areas in any event. We would effectively be limited to the non-ALR lands in the rural area. So I think that's what the first paragraph references in terms of considering it in the context of the November 14th resolution. Of course, council can do as they desire with the motion, and that would be, I think, up to the council to determine what's the best option or the best way to proceed.
Could you also clarify, I think it'd be helpful to clarify that this is for first, second, and third reading precisely, and that no public hearing is legally required because it complies with the existing rural plan. Could you give that some context?
No, that's correct. The rural plan permits the size of a property that's being contemplated here, and in fact, recent discussions after the November motion and prior to this date have confirmed that Metro Vancouver considers these to be rural lands, and that this application is consistent with that designation, so no rural plan amendment is actually needed.
So I'm going to make that referral outlined in the council agenda, that this application be referred, with that, no bylaw readings will be granted, to a public information meeting for public input to occur in consultation with staff, inclusive of established requirements for notice, venue, format, engagement, and feedback, with forms to be provided directly to the Township of Langley, and that once completed, that application be forwarded to council for its consideration. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popt. Is there any discussion on the referral? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I support this referral. A question for, if I may, through chair to staff. Is there a specified timeline on when this happens, generally?
Generally, it depends on availability of resources, staff included. Our intention, though, because we're coming to the summer break, would be to try to do it as quickly as possible, but we'd have to work out some logistics. But our goal would be to get that done and bring it back before council prior to the summer break.
Okay, thank you. So my concern is if we're erring on the side of efficiency for our sake, as I understand from the people I've spoken to in this neighborhood, the people that I have spoken to are in support of development, but want the opportunity to participate in that process and understand a little more about what the concept is for the neighborhood, what they can anticipate. And we're going into, for a lot of people, maybe not us yet, we're still here for another month, but school wrapped up this past week, and there's a lot of people who have hit the road that didn't even know about it, because I think the signs were just posted this past week. Is there a way that we could maybe look at extending it, say, instead of 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, just to give the opportunity for those people to participate in this process?
It's really the will of council, or as directed by the mayor. We could simply take direction from the mayor or have a resolution of council.
Okay, Councilor Richter?
I just want to make sure that I understand. So if this motion goes forward, we're not giving it first, second, or third. We're waiting to get the feedback from the public information. Then first, second, and third will come back. Is that correct?
Mr.
Through you
Backham?
to Mr. Backham?
That's correct.
Okay. And when it comes back for first, second, and third, is there anything prohibiting council from only granting first and second and requiring a public hearing?
Nope, that would again be within council's ability.
Okay. So if we're going to do this, and I think Councillor Martin's made some excellent points around the timing right now with school being done and families in the area wanting to go off on a bit of a vacation with their kids and so on. I actually think we should have a longer period of time, as Councillor Martins has suggested, for the public information meeting. And I also don't think we should be rushing to get it back to the council table. The public input is going to be paramount on this.
Councilor Pratt?
Yeah, I would support an extended delay before we go to the public to hear what their concerns are, so we get the most feedback possible. And I also am curious if the review that's stipulated in the first paragraph of that resolution will come back in time for us to review, because I know we've discussed minimum lot sizes, but I don't remember a discussion around the desired long-term character of the area or an establishment of other criteria as listed in that resolution. And I know that all rezoning applications are supposed to be coincidental with that review. So I'm wondering if we will get that when we come back to council with this application.
Mr. Richardson, I think that might be reaching a bit, but I'll let you comment.
Thank you, Mr. Backen, through your worship to Councillor Pratt. So in this case, as Mr. Backen has outlined, the applicant has requested the application be forwarded on its own merit. So pursuant to provincial legislation, all rezonings need to be adjudicated by council. In this case, in the context, as outlined in the resolution, in the context of that, the application is being forwarded. Council has full purview, as being discussed now, with respect to what they wish to do with that application in terms of its dispensation.
Okay, thank you. Because I just don't fully understand why we would have established this resolution asking for a review, asking for a delay on applications in this area, then now neglecting our own resolution based on what I understand it to be here.
Yeah, so I've sort of attempted to clarify that with my Q&A earlier. Mr. Backen, maybe that needs to be repeated again, that motion was not intended to embark staff upon a 3-year review of the rural plan for all the Township of Langley. It was intended to prevent approval via the approving officer. Can you go over that again, please?
That's our interpretation, that the concern was that the matter could proceed unilaterally with complete tree removal on the property without it ever be appearing back before council. And because it's actually, as I recall, I have to check this, I think it may have been in the rural designation, that could allow 2 dwellings per parcel. So when you start to add those up, it becomes quite a significant impact without council having any involvement. So the understanding was that the resolution that was passed back on November 14th of 22 was effectively saying nothing shall be approved by the approving officer until until council can actually look at this in totality. That's led to this application, which has led to this analysis, this zoning bylaw that's being put before you, that's now going to public information or public consultation that will allow council to consider it in light of the tree preservation and perhaps the greater density at the applicant's request. And the applicant is requesting in advance, and that's effectively why it's here at this point. And going forward, then it'll be subject to council's direction in terms of how fast that goes or what direction that may take.
Well, I appreciate that feedback, and I can understand if certain members of council were privy to that being the purpose of that resolution, and I can definitely tell you from the feedback I've gotten from the community so far that wasn't their interpretation of the motion. People are asking, where's the plan, where's this review? So if that was the intention of that, it accomplished its goal, but now we're left with this unanswered question of, are we going to have a review before approving something of this magnitude? So looking forward to the PIM and looking forward to having the community give us their feedback on how they want us to proceed.
Councillor Bailey?
I really like the idea of going to the public before first, second, or third reading. A lot of times if you take it to the first and second, and then you go to a public hearing, people go, well, it's already decided. Why should we even bother? I think the opportunity for the residents in that area to be able to get all the information on what's going on in there and why, and then being able to have significant amounts of feedback before the first, second, or third reading will go a long way to ease some of their concerns.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, addressing the motion, do we need to specify before first, second, and third in the motion?
Mr. Bracken, do you feel that's required?
Can you elaborate? Sorry, can you elaborate in terms of you're trying to achieve what before first, second, and third? We're having the PIM. This is being referred to staff to facilitate a PIM prior to this matter being considered for first, second, and third. So the referral is on the floor.
Okay, so it's a referral, so this means it just goes off the table. Council can continue to take input on it from various sources.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm just curious how it went from I think there were originally, was it 32 or 33 lots and it's up to 63 now, or was it 39 lots and it's up to 63? How did that happen? Like,
Mr. Richardson, what was the process there?
Thank you, Worship. The original, the previous application was 39 lots under the proposed SR1 zone. The current is 63 lots, so a difference of 24 at a minimum lot size of 0.43 of an acre.
Okay, but how did it go from SR1 to this one?
That was through your worship to Council Richter. That was the application applied for. So the proponent applied at that time on RU1 zone lands, as Mr. Backen has outlined that the existing zone is, to go to a 0.92 acre lot size. And now the proponent is seeking an amendment to the SR3 zoning, which is a 0.43 minimum lot size.
Okay, and was SR3 a permitted lot size or zoning, underlying zoning? Because it's RU1 right now, correct?
Through your worship, Council Richter, yes, it's RU1 1.7 hectares or 4.2 acre minimum underlying zoning. So since that time, there's been further clarification in terms of minimum lot size as outlined in the report with respect to rural residential uses, in aligning rural residential uses in the rural plan, the Salmon River designation, as well as aligning the input from Metro Vancouver as part of Council's endorsement of the 2050 regional growth strategy.
Okay. So we could put the rezoning to any SR, and basically they've changed the first SR they wanted to a second SR. That would happen?
Through your worship to Council Richter, as noted in the report, the the rural residential uses are spoken to in the Salmon River Uplands Plan. Council's deliberations in terms of that, in terms of the area with respect to the regional growth strategy outlines an approximate 1/2 acre designation for that type of use, with the township able to make site-specific conclusions with respect to that. So that's the context of the current application.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, so on the referral, I think there's some good rationale. I think we've heard from multiple members of the public, given the way the rules have changed. So when it first came forward last summer to council, a public hearing was required. With changes to the Local Government Act, public hearing is no longer required. And so I think that has caught some members of the community off guard. They assumed that there would be multiple council meetings. In this case now, with the changes to try to accelerate the creation of additional housing supply, the province has deemed that if you're compliant with a neighborhood plan or a community plan, that a public hearing is not required. This is compliant, therefore it's not the same process as that was there available to the required of the proponent last council. So this is why I think a referral for a second PIM for that community is appropriate. This is in transition from one set of rules to the new set of rules to motivate the creation of additional housing supply. I had a couple of questions, Mr. Richardson, between the previous version, which we'll call version 1 and version 2. I believe that there was a significant, because I was there and spoke to a number of members of the public, there was a significant desire to see additional tree preservation, land dedication for that purpose, and trail networks to potentially connect to another development to the north and along the river to connect eventually to Williams neighborhood, Williams Park, from potentially DW Poppy. And so that's the feedback I heard, and I believe that that's the feedback the proponent heard. So Mr. Richardson, from the previous version of roughly 40 lots, what's the tree preservation contemplated in this version?
Your Worship, thank you. As outlined in the report, the proponent's arborist has indicated there's 4,212 on-site trees, and of those, 2,205 or 53% are within those indicated proposed open space dedications, a buffer, and then 3 proposed lots internal to the subdivision, Your Worship.
So that's approximately 2,200 trees, something like that? I don't have the report in front of me to see.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
And as noted in the development prerequisites,
Yeah.
there's a requirement there for further review and finalization of those items.
And then there's, and believed to achieve that and the trail network that I heard a lot of members of the community looking for, there's now a dedication of almost 9 acres of land valued at millions per acre, which has achieved that objective. With that, just want to clarify that I have the facts right. It's in the resolution as well.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah. So I think it's important that the community see that they've got, from what I understand, to be 2 options now. 41-acre lots with minimal tree preservation and no dedications and no trail network, to what the proponent is now proposing, which is a higher quantity of half-acre lots with these community benefits. And potentially a CAC proportionate to the value being created as per the new policy of this council from November that could go to any number of improvements from Snake Hill to sidewalks to upgrades for DW Poppy, whatever the council could determine that would be used for. To me, the third alternative, of course, is to revert back to the zoning bylaw, which the proponent at some point will be legally entitled to embark upon, which will result in a subdivision as per the zoning bylaw, which will achieve none of that. And so I think it'd be great to get the feedback from the community, get the facts on the table. We're getting emails that from people, outlining the facts and their opposition, which are not based in facts. So I think it's really important to have this referred, have that public information meeting, get that information out into the community, and then get feedback from that point. And those 3 options are on the table, and I think it will be great to get feedback on the various options. So with that, I'm going to call the question on G1. Go ahead, Councilor Rampapta.
Sorry, and can you talk to the services that are going to be brought out there with these lot size
Sure.
changes?
Mr. Zwag, can you confirm the servicing? Generally, there's water in the area, I understand.
That is correct.
And sewer?
And what's the status of potential sewer options?
At the previous council meeting, council endorsed us to do a bit of an engineering servicing plan for water and sewer for this area. My understanding for this development application is currently contemplating septic fields.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question on referral. You've spoken twice to the referral, Councilor Richter. I'm going to call the question on G1, referral. That carries unanimously. Item D2, soil deposit removal bylaw and policy and amendments, bylaw number 5900. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on G2? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had a question through you to staff with regards of the potential downstream impact of this. Is there anything negative if we do this? Anything that could possibly be problematic? And the reason I raise this is because and I know it's a different bylaw, but the tree protection bylaw with their cash in lieu of keeping trees has resulted, I think, in some very negative losses of tree canopy, which I don't think was ever really intended. Are there any things that we're not really intending that could come out of this bylaw as presented?
Bit of a tough question. I think you're asking, is there anything that we haven't recognized that is unintended?
Yeah.
And I think we don't think so. That's the short answer is we think we recognize most realistic or practical impediments, and we think this is address them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
So if we do this, would that mean that the properties next door to these would not get a notification, or would they still get a notification, and then would they just address their concerns to the ALC?
Mr. Zweig, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Council may recall a previous staff presentation on the soil deposit bylaw update and policy. The intent is to still continue with the petition process and our public information meeting if it meets a certain threshold. But that petition process will just be used for information, not as a policy decision whether or not council should or should not support the decision. So there's no real changes to the notification and public input process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on G2. Carries unanimously. Bylaws for consideration at third reading. H1, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100254, bylaw number 5882 and 5883. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Kunst, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on H1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on H1. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Item H2, official community plan and rezoning application number 100238, bylaw number 5890 and 5891. Is there a motion? Moved by Councillor Rent. Seconder. I'll second it. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll wait till other speakers have had a chance to go, but I'll be moving some kind of referral or an amendment to a referral. One of the things that I think I heard, and I'm sure everybody else heard a lot of during the discussion, the public hearing, was that 83rd Avenue didn't feel or was not safe enough for a lot of residents in addition to the lane. And so I'll be hoping to see some kind of improvements made to the crosswalk or the intersection at 83rd and 212 as part of this application, other applications moving forward in the area.
Great. Councillor Martins?
Thank you. Yes, I have a referral motion when you're ready.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I think the road safety concerns were extremely loud and clear and need to be acted on, particularly given the young families that are in this neighborhood right now. I actually don't think we should give it third reading. I think we should refer it back to staff to work with the proponent to deal with the issues that came out, and in particular the road safety issues that came out in the public hearing. But I'll wait and hear what the amended motions are and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Martins, you have a referral motion?
I sure do. And sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, and echoing Councillor Richter and Councillor Pratt, this does cover those concerns. So it's 2 points. The first is that the application be referred to staff to work with the proponent to address items raised at the public hearing, including but not limited to 83rd Avenue land use interface, traffic access issues, and proposed densities. And that consistent with the public hearing submission by the proponent, staff is directed to initiate a traffic calming process pursuant to Council Policy 05110, neighborhood traffic calming at proponent cost as volunteered. And I can speak to that.
Is there a
further if you'd
seconder
like.
to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, yeah, the two parts here, I'm going to start with the second part with regards to the traffic calming addresses the concerns that were raised by the residents who came forward about the lane with the traffic shortcutting through regularly and causing safety concerns for the children in the neighborhood and what have you. So I feel that that needs to be dealt with at the same time because this new development will add to the traffic potentially cutting through that lane, and also looking at 83rd access for traffic in and out of this development, as well as at 212. It causes problems, as we heard from the public. So I think this can all be addressed. And is it necessary that there be an access point at the north side of this property? Maybe that's not the access at all, and consider maybe reducing the density at the north end. So this referral motion is encapsulating the feedback that we received from the public at the public hearing to send it back and do some more work to make it more amenable to the people that raised the concerns.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a clarification. It seems like the referral motion here makes sense, but does it include, there was one particular, a couple of young families that spoke with regards to that lane and how one end of the lane is cut off and the other end of the lane should be cut off too, in order to protect the safety of the kids that are playing in that lane. Is that covered by this referral motion?
Go ahead. Councillor Martins, if you want to answer that?
Yeah, yeah, part two of the motion will cover that, absolutely, when it's requesting that traffic calming measures in the local area. I have the same concern as you did, and I think we can look at potentially cutting off traffic on the east side of that lane so that it's only emergency vehicle access. I think that will hopefully resolve those concerns.
Okay, so under the policy that you quoted, re-traffic calming, does that include cutting it off except for emergency vehicle access only?
Yes, it does.
Are we sure? Yeah.
Mr. Bracken, can you maybe clarify that?
Thank you, Your Worship. The reference was to deal with matters raised at the public hearing, so it would include an analysis of that, so it would be included.
And that's specifically what the proponent was attempting to address and solve at their cost.
Okay. Thank you. I'll support the referral motion.
Right. Councillor Van Popta?
Just a quick question through Your Worship to staff. Can you clarify if that is a private laneway or if it's public?
Through your worship to Councillor Van Popta, the subject lane is a public lane.
Perfect, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think most of the concerns are definitely going to be addressed by that referral. I think specifically to 83rd and 212, I remember I drove past last week just to see, and it really is a highway down there, and I can only imagine it's going to get worse with more traffic. And so in that first section of the referral motion, I would move an amendment to include the words after, I think it was vehicle access or
traffic access issues.
Traffic access issues, comma, and intersection upgrades. Potential intersection upgrades at 83rd and 212, whether that looks like a full signalization or a pedestrian signal or.
I only add potential because we'll want to get a staff opinion on, on
if
what might
if
look
that's an
like.
amendment, I can.
Is there a seconder to
move
that? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. You wish to speak any more?
No,
to that?
I think it makes its.
Okay. So on that amendment, call the question on the amendment to the referral. That carries unanimously. So now back to the referral as amended. Is there any other discussion on that referral? Seeing none, we'll call the question on the referral. That carries unanimously. Item H3, Official Community Plan Amendment, rezoning application number 100245, bylaw number 5885 and 5886. So Before we get a motion to refer this or consider this, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Richardson, what does comprehensive service in general industrial, that designation actually mean?
Thank you, Worship. That designation provides for the protection of environmental and associated areas, but also allows for service and general industrial uses consistent with the Gloucester Plan.
Okay, so I think that's an important distinction here. Is there a mover of the recommendation? Councillor Rent moves it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. So I'm going to clear the queue. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
On the main motion?
The main motion, yeah. There is a referral coming, however.
Okay, before the referral comes,
It's actually an amendment, just to be clear. So it's an amendment, but you'll understand it when we think we get there. But go ahead if you wish to speak to the main motion.
I look forward to it. But I think that my main concern, and I think that there's going to be sides that it won't appease, and if if both sides are unhappy, then you're probably doing something wrong. It's probably not the right saying, but my biggest concern with this application as it stands, Lot 5 on the north side of the, I'll call it central piece of this application, it's about 8.4 acres. To me, that, from my understanding from conversations with people who are very well versed in the field, it contains a lot of the most sensitive parts of the ecosystem as I understand it. It contains a lot of natural drainage, a lot of natural detention that I think would be quite problematic if we got rid of. And so not sure on the exact mechanism, Your Worship, through staff, but I'd be, depending on what this amendment / referral is going to look like, I'd be interested in seeing that piece removed from the application.
Okay, I understand. So since you know there's speakers, I'm going to, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know because there was a lot of comments made at the public hearing around in perpetuity and what that means, what it covers, and where it covers. And I was wondering, did we get any clarification on that? Or is that what the referral's about?
Mr. Richardson?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, from recollection, the in perpetuity amount item was pertaining to the original provision of the lands and their designation as golf course. That is separate, though, and distinct from a zoning that's currently in place and any sort of legal instruments that are in place with respect to that. So there's no current information the staff understands that has a in perpetuity clause with respect to the prohibition of subsequent development applications.
Yeah. Councillor Richter?
Okay. So you're obviously aware that there's a referral motion coming. The rest of, I haven't been privy to it. Do we have an idea of what that referral motion is?
I'm about to make it, Councillor Richter, once you're concluded on the main motion.
All right. Well, I'm not concluded on the main motion because these wetlands need to be protected and they need to be retained. And we're just continuing to hurt the environment, I think, in pursuit of the almighty dollar. And that's wrong. That's wrong for future generations. That's wrong for this generation. So I'm not going to vote to give it third reading. I'll vote to refer it to get clarification on a lot of the issues that came out of the public hearing, because I think we need to have that clarification before a vote is made.
Okay, I understand. So I have, I'm going to move an amendment. I think I just want to clarify, because it's an amendment to the motion. The amendment will read that Council grant third and final reading to OCP Amendment Bylaw 5885, and we'll slow this down, everybody can understand this, to OCP Amendment Bylaw 5885, that Council defer consideration of third reading of rezoning Bylaw 5886, subject to the confirmation and provision of the required senior government environmental approvals, and that the subject development prerequisites apply to rezoning Bylaw 5886. I so move. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on the referral? The amendment. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Mr. Backen?
And I don't think we should be voting on it today, because if I've been here for 24 years and I don't know what this means, there's something wrong with us voting on it on the fly.
Mr. Backen, maybe you could explain it. It's an amendment to grant third and final reading to the OCP amendment and to defer the rezoning application to the province, essentially. Can you explain?
I think that's correct. I'll have Mr. Richardson help, but as I understand it, that the official community plan amendment is proceeding to be granted third and final. However, the rezoning is being deferred until there can be a determination by senior government approvals as to what would be appropriate to be rezoned, if you will, to take into account the setbacks, the environmental impacts, and to provide their advice in terms of what the appropriate rezone should actually be.
That's the intent.
So basically, this motion is pushing it off onto another level of government.
Would you phrase it that way, Mr. Backen? Pushing it off or butting out of streams, as we were told to do?
I would take it as being seeking the guidance of the senior level of government in terms of what actually is permissible from their perspective, given the regulatory structure that's in place for both environmental and fisheries, for this matter to be considered and them to advise what would be appropriate in the circumstances.
Did you believe, I mean, I think it's fair in the conversations I've had that researching this one pretty thoroughly, that we're being requested by the proponent to effectively grant third reading for some percentage of acreage, subject to provincial approval. Is that fair? And so why not have the province adjudicate the concerns raised around wetlands and preservation and conservation? I'm not going to get into a back and forth with Mr. White or anyone else. Why not allow the province to render their approval or not approval, and then they can come back to us and say what they're prepared to approve? Is that reasonably what would occur anyway?
Correct. The overall designations are there, but what's actually going to be permissible for development would depend upon the regulatory structure that's in place.
And the designation allows for 0.1% industrial and 99.9% conservation, if so determined by the province.
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, but why would we grant it third reading now without hearing from the ministry first?
So, Mr. Back, we need to clarify that we're not granting, this amendment would not.
I don't have a copy of the motion in front of me, but I started writing down grant third reading of bylaw 585, whatever.
585 is the OCP amendment bylaw.
So why would we approve any bylaw until we have the clarifications that we need? I don't object to getting clarification from a higher level of government, but I do object to placing ourselves in a situation where we could end up in a lawsuit because we've granted third reading for them to go ahead and do something. And then we're saying, well, but the ministry can step in and rule it out of order, in which case I'm sure the proponent then has an argument to take us all to court.
Mr. Back, you may need to explain it a second time.
I'll try it this way. I think there's a confusion between the designation and the use. Generally, the senior levels of government do not like to providing, advice in a vacuum. So what effectively council is doing with 5885 is saying the designation would be acceptable to them, to council. However, the rezoning, the actual use, is something that must be determined after consultation with the senior levels of government. So as was referenced, they could indicate that there is a small area, a large area. They have to take into account the setbacks, the environmental impacts, those areas which are effectively the wetlands, and then at that point it would be up to them to come back and advise us in terms of what areas then would be prudent or appropriate and which ones would not.
Okay, so in that case, is there any reason why I can't amend this to strike the word grant third reading and use the word defer third reading pending a referral to higher levels of government for clarification?
To me, that would be a substantially different motion. We could certainly divide it, and you could simply vote against the first part.
We're talking about a piece of land that has holistic value. This is not about, I don't think we should be running the risk with this. What is wrong with deferring third reading and referring for a second opinion? Is there anything legally that would prevent us from doing that?
Mr. Backen?
It's the will of council to determine what they want to refer or to grant. The only subject I would add is that the province or the federal government, any senior level of government, is looking for some indication as to what the local government is considering. So in that way, the designation as being appropriate is seen as being different than the use, because the designation says, yes, this is something we'll consider subject to the regulatory environment.
Okay, that's legalese that I don't understand. Like, what is the actual outcome or effect?
So council can defer or grant anything. The council has that jurisdiction, but you're asking the province or the federal government in this case, because it could include fisheries, whether for advice as to a designation, whereas generally speaking, it would be the municipality that would say, hey, we're interested in this designation, but can you help us as to the specifics of within that designator, what's appropriate for consideration of further development?
So we're not breaking any rules if we strike grant and put defer until the referral response comes in.
That's correct. Council can defer or grant. That's within council's jurisdiction.
Okay, but this motion had grant and then refer.
And that's also within council's jurisdiction. It's becoming a policy issue for council to determine.
Okay, so, but we could change it to defer and leave the refer one in.
That would be what council could consider, subject to the direction of the chair in terms of the interpretation of the motion.
So just to clarify, the second part is to defer consideration of third reading, subject to the confirmation and provision by by inference by the proponents. So subject to the confirmation and provision of the required senior government environmental approvals. So it's a deferral of the rezoning application, and it completes the OCP amendment.
Okay, and completing the OCP amendment does what?
Mr.
It gives
Bracken?
somebody else the...
It creates the designation that this area is acceptable for consideration of the existing Gloucester community, the Gloucester Industrial Park uses.
And I think it'd be good to clarify with Mr. Richardson that the designation is a combination of conservation and industrial as determined by the senior levels of government. Mr. Richardson.
To your worship, that's correct. There's some very specific language in the text that indicates following dedication of water course conservation areas, your worship.
So this could result, if the province comes back and says that it's 99% conservation, that would comply with the designation. Is that correct, Mr. Richardson?
That's correct, your worship.
That's the intent, Councilor Richter.
Okay, I think that what we should be doing is deferring this whole grant and defer motion for another meeting so that council can have the actual motion in front of them and have time to study the wording of the motion and understand it.
So you'd like to come back and move deferral of this for one council meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I can come back.
So as long as we can get the actual wording of the motion, and Mr. Backen, we haven't granted anything at this point, are we allowed to get clarification on the wording and what it means?
Ms. Bauer, are you able to read back the motion? I mean, it's been, I think, asked and answered, I think almost 3 times now.
Oh, stop with the ask and answered. I'm not clear. I wouldn't keep asking questions if I was clear.
I don't know how much more we can outline what an OCP amendment is. I'm trying to help, but. Ms. Bauer, do you have the motion to read back for council?
It's essentially to defer this motion to the next council meeting?
No, that's the original amendment. You have that. You can read that back again.
Thank you.
We have not taken a deferral motion at this
Okay,
point.
thank you. That council give third and final reading to Langley Official Community Plan Bylaw 1979.
No. Do you want me to just provide a written copy? Would that be easier?
Yeah, well, why don't we all get a written copy and have a week or 2 weeks or however long it is between now and the next meeting, a chance to review
As I
it.
said, Councilor Richter, you can move deferral.
I will move deferral.
We have other
for
speakers
1
that
week.
are members of council, not just yourself. Can I come back to you? Can I come back to you? Councilor Van Popta, go ahead.
So part of it was reiterated by Mayor Woodward. For my own confirmation, when we talk about 5885 and granting that, it has to, the comprehensive service portion specifically refers to actually conserving the detention ponds or and infrastructure that's there, whether it be natural or otherwise. I just want to make sure that legalese of comprehensive service is actually potentially conserving it. conservation.
Mr. Richardson?
Through your worship, to Councilor Van Popta, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pratt?
Thank you, Your Worship. And sort of to that effect, I'm curious as to the item C under item 2 in what I believe is 885 removes the golf course land use designation from the Gloucester Industrial Park development concept. And I'm catching up on a lot of history with this application, as we all are. The golf course lands were originally designated as the amenity, and those golf course lands became what are now the wetlands and watercourse. Nature did its work. By removing the golf course land use designation, is that not putting at risk the ability to preserve that as golf course / green space, watercourse, wetlands, whatever have you?
No, Mr. Richardson, I understand the question. I value it. It's good to get this clarified. But to me, the designation, which is why I proposed to grant it, the designation for conservation is stronger than golf course. Mr. Richardson, do you have any commentary on that?
Thank you, Worship. The golf course land simply was reflective of the overall development concept at the time, as Councillor Pratt has referred to sort of historically with respect to that. Also as referenced, the senior levels of government requirements in terms of watercourse and other environmental setbacks prevail, whether they're golf course designated lands and they come up for development, or whether they're some other land use designation, whether that be residential or otherwise. The noted amendment to comprehensive service and general industrial, as noted previously, would only permit service and general industrial uses following dedication of those conservation lands.
Okay. I mean, I am concerned because I look at the map and it clearly shows, and I am colorblind, so I apologize, what I believe is purple for the service and general industrial uses, and then a light green for the golf course, which has typically been referred to as the green space, the wetlands we have now. So by approving third reading of the OCP amendment, would the province not look at this map and say, well, it's industrial? And I hear what you're saying about how the industrial and the golf course uses still abide by the same requirements with streamside setbacks, protection, and enhancement. But does it not weaken the case to say that this is important protection, or this is important area that should be protected in the eyes of the province if we're saying all of a sudden it's no longer green, it's purple or pink, whatever it is?
Mr. Richardson, I think you need to clarify again the designation means.
Thank you, Worship. So currently, land use designation only sort of provides for an aligning rezoning to be put in place. So the current proposal would be then to, under the comprehensive service and general industrial, would specifically put the land use designation in place that would speak to the dedication of watercourse conservation areas, and then only permit and service and general industrial uses outside of that.
Okay. So I still have my concerns, especially around Lot 5. I'm not an expert in this field. I kind of look at this as, and I've only heard this motion as everybody else has now, I almost look at this as almost an ALC type referral to a body that we base our own bylaws and guidelines off of, is what I'm hearing from staff. So I have a level of confidence that the province can come back and tell us one way or another what should happen. And at that time, since we still will be coming back at third reading, as I understand it, we'll be able to, if I still have my reservations about specific lots, move an amendment of some kind to the form of the development. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And by that time, you'll have more information from the province.
Right.
Councillor Bailey?
What I like about this amendment is by going to the province, we heard loud and clear that people don't want the developers' QEs or environmental people, because they would be possibly, I got to watch how I say this, corrupted by who's hiring them. So this would put it to environmental people who are unbiased, who are going to be looking at this and address the concern that that you're going to have qualified people who do not have an interest in developing this into industrial lands. So I like this. I heard that loud and clear, and I like the idea of putting it to a neutral party to make the decision on how much you're supposed to protect, and that under the guidelines of a senior government.
We got some correspondence from the province. I believe those were all distributed from council, telling us that they'll be the ones making the decision. So go ahead, go make the decision. Is there any other, Councillor Richter, you wish to move an amendment or further delay it?
Yes, I wish to move a deferral of this particular grant and defer motion or refer motion. I'm not quite, this particular, what would you call it?
It's an amendment.
Amendment? This amendment for one meeting so that we can get the written wording of the motion and discuss it with staff if we have questions.
So seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any other discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, call the question on that. That deferral fails. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta opposed. Now back to the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, call the question on the amendment. That carries. Did you vote in time? You're in favor of the amendment. So that amendment carries with Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Richter opposed. This item, bylaws for final adoption.
Your worship, the main motion is amended.
As amended. Getting ahead of myself. Great. So any other discussion on the main motion as amended? Being none, call the question on each two. Two mistakes this meeting. That carries with Councillor Kuntz and Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for final adoption. I1, highway closure dedication consolidation, bylaw number 5855. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there a seconder? Nobody wants to second this. Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. I probably should have picked it up earlier. But on this highway closure, we're closing, two questions. Why are we closing it? And number two, were both adjacent neighbors given equal opportunity to purchase it?
Your worship, in reverse order, yes. And the purpose of the closure is to actually close a section that's somewhat redundant to allow us to acquire a right-of-way that could be useful in future. But that right-of-way usage could be a number of years out, but because there's a development application in place, now would be the time to take that right-of-way.
Okay, so it's going to one of the two neighbors, not equally to both of them?
It's going to one because it's the right-of-way is crossing their property. The balance of the land that we're taking back for the road network is coming from that person's property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on I1. That carries unanimously. I2, development cost charge waiver for nonprofit housing, bylaw number 5901. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the same question I asked earlier. Worry potential negative downstream impacts of this? Do we anticipate any? Have we thought through that if there could be any?
We're not aware of any, Your Worship. We've tried to be holistic.
Okay, so this is basically going to do what then?
I'll defer to Mr. Well, I'll try not to defer to anybody, but I'll look for Mr. Richardson's help on this in terms of the application of it. But effectively, what we're trying to do is clarify some of the languages to the DCC waivers, such that for you have to be a not-for-profit, but also to indicate what's going to happen if there's only going to be partial, I guess, use of the property for some housing purposes. So in a consequence, we would be looking at a ratio in effect. And if it was, say, 50-50, we wouldn't be looking at a 50 for market housing and 50 for affordable housing. We wouldn't be looking at some sort of a 100% grant of the waiver. It would only be proportionate to the actual development application itself.
Okay, so does this mean, I mean, if we go ahead with this, we're not going to scare people from applying for not-for-profit waivers?
Or drive out any not-for-profit housing or affordable housing?
I would think not. It's a bit like having institutional use with a parking lot that's oversized. We do it now for taxation purposes where we exempt the building and a reasonable number of parking stalls for the building. But if it's going to be going beyond that, there's taxes payable. Same type of approach here that you're using. If it's going to be used for those purposes, it would be subject to a waiver. But if it's beyond that, such as for market housing, there should be no waiver, even though there's a portion of it that's used for the community use.
Okay, so it's basically clarification on, okay, thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, along that same thought about, if it deters other, these kind of nonprofit housing developments, do we know what other municipalities are, does it sort of align with what other municipalities are doing?
As to not-for-profits, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, call the question on I2. That carries unanimously. I3, rezoning application number 100650, bylaw number 5769. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there a seconder to this? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on I3? Seeing none. Question 3. It carries unanimously. Okay. So,
Your worship, there's a development permit with that one?
oh, so there is. Get a motion to adopt the development permit. It seems, yes, development permit application number 101202. Moved by Councillor Kuntz, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion on the development permit? Seeing none, I'll call the question on I3. Carries unanimously. Okay, so we're gonna okay, so moving on here to K, minutes of committees. Heritage Advisory Committee. So, yeah, so I think what we're going to do here is edge on the side of caution. I'm going to declare a conflict of interest just to simplify the process here. So I'm going to get a motion to adopt the minutes from the Council Process Committee held on June 12th. Only that. Moved by Councillor Kuntz, seconded by Councillor Van Popten. Any discussion on the minutes from the Council Process Committee of June 12th? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that. Carries unanimously. So I'm going to declare a conflict of interest on K1, Heritage Advisory Committee, K2, recommended motion, and K3, recommended motion. Let me take a bit of a recess. Hand it over to Acting Mayor Richter. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I have to declare a conflict on the second half of K1 and K2.
Okay, Madam Clerk, given my lack of technical expertise in IT, could you please control the mics?
Yep, just give me one quick second to mark the right people not here. Just a moment.
Are you okay?
Yes, I got everybody in the right places now. Thank you.
All right. So could I have a motion, please, to adopt the minutes from the the Heritage Advisory Committee on June 7th, 2023? Okay, Councillor Kuntz, a seconder. Councillor Pratt, is there any discussion on adopting the minutes?
No.
No, he did. He declared a conflict, yeah.
Adopted K1, right? You adopted June 12th on K1, but not June 7th.
You adopted the Council Process Committee, but not the Heritage, so we're doing them separately. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? I'm not seeing anybody in the queue, so I'll call the question, and if you could control the voting mechanism.
And that carries with Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, and Councillor Ferguson absent. So I guess that would be unanimous, sort of. All right. And then we'll move now to K3, which is the recommended motion from, pardon? K2, sorry, yes. K2, no, oh yes, K2. The Heritage Advisory Committee recommended motion that council consider a public input opportunity. Could I have a mover for that?
Madam Chair, you may wish to express that in the positive or negative, that council proceed with a public input opportunity, or the council not proceed with one.
Oh,
Consider
that
as-
council proceed with a public input opportunity, absolutely. I guess you need me to move that then? Okay, so I'll move that. Is there a seconder for it? Councillor Kuntz seconds. Okay. Any discussion? All right, Councillor Bailey and then Councillor Pratt.
I've got to ask, I've never seen this before, and I don't know, why is the Heritage Advisory Committee recommending a public input opportunity on this? I don't get the heritage aspect of it. Sorry, is this normal operating procedure? Has it been done before? Could I get some clarification from staff through the chair, please?
Okay, Mr. Backen.
We understand the original recommendation came from the Heritage Review Panel that recommended it to the Heritage Advisory Committee, who's making the recommendation up to council. The ability of committees or subcommittees to make recommendations to council is fairly broad. It is certainly something we have likely seen at some point in our history, but it's not something one sees every day, which might be what you're looking at. Their rationale for it, I think, would be dependent upon their feelings and their view of the matter, and they're simply providing their advice to council, again, through those two steps. And it's up to council to determine if it's going to provide some assistance to the council as a whole.
Where I get confused on this is on development, not heritage. And from what I understand about heritage is if you want to protect a building, you protect a building or that kind of stuff. But I'm not getting where they're protecting anything here. This is new development.
Correct. The matter is in what's called a heritage conservation area that has the Heritage Design Panel that is overseen by the Heritage Advisory Committee. That's why they have an opinion on the matter, but it is their opinion that council is considering. Council has a complete unfettered discretion in this, having been familiar with the application and being familiar with its background in terms of what they think will add value to their decision-making process.
So they're making a recommendation to the committee, the advisory committee they report to, and the advisory committee is saying council has the right to ask for this as well.
And I would note they said consider. I wouldn't draw it's a black and white recommendation. They're simply saying the council should consider this as part of their process. The motion before you is to proceed with, but it could have equally gone the other way because it's simply their recommendation the council consider it.
Yeah, having never gone through this before, I can see if this was dealing with an existing heritage building, but this is building building something new. And even if it's in a heritage area, how do they have the jurisdiction to go and sit there and say, this can be built in here and this can't be built in there? I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with that as hell.
Okay, Councillor Pratt.
Councillor Bailey, did you want an answer to your last question?
I was kind of hoping I'd get an answer. Sorry.
So it's the age-old challenge with any committee, whether it be this committee or any of the committees, in terms of their advisory to council. So they are within their jurisdiction, if you will, to be providing advice to council, but it's up to council to determine if that advice is helpful in the totality of the policy issues they're considering. So advice is different than direction, and I think what you're concerned about, are they providing direction? No, they're advising, and in this case, the advice is to consider. The motion before you, however, is to proceed.
Thank you, because I was going to ask for clarification on that similar vein, and without knowing the full details of the application that we might see, would it trigger an OCP amendment and therefore require a public hearing after first and second? Do we know?
Through the chair to Councillor Pratt, no.
So the mixed use development as we know it to be, if that's available online and everything like that, wouldn't require any form of public engagement once it was submitted to council.
So again, depending upon the specifics of the application, so if there was a variance, for example, as to height, which we've seen in the past, that would trigger it. But if one were to actually design a structure that fit within the compartmentalization of the bylaw itself, of the Fort Langley Community Plan, then that would not in itself trigger it, but there may be other things that could, as I use the example of the variance. And it's Mr. Richardson's and my understanding that the nature of this, as we've seen it to date, would not trigger that necessarily. And that is something that depends very much on how the application, or if the application proceeds.
Okay, that is an interesting one, because obviously there's certain applications, and we've dealt with some of them today, that theoretically meet the guidelines of, you know, the OCP, the RGS, don't require amendments, but conveniently will put forward a public engagement process on those, but not others. Obviously, and again, lots of history to catch up on, and I've been doing my best to do so. With here, it's an interesting one because it's been available for people to see for a while, as I understand. It's gone through a few rounds. We know the feedback that it's received, and I'm assuming if it was going to come back and it was following the prescribed guidelines, that would mean it's probably responded to a bunch of public feedback that it's received already. So yeah, I am a little bit torn on this, but I'm assuming there'll be some other questions or queries on this, so I'll wait to make my decision as well.
Okay. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It was this council that actually voted on who actually sits on these committees. The Heritage Advisory and the Heritage Advisory Committee received recommendations. We know that Fort Langley, they're very passionate about their community. It is a heritage conservation area. And I just think, why not hear from the public about this? So I guess I would be in favor of this. But I mean, we've asked for them today. We just did that a few agenda items ago, where we want the public to have an opportunity to have their say. And I think that Fort Langley would appreciate that opportunity as well.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
So I'm wondering why there's no information on this. I'm looking in here, there's K1 and there's no K2. And I'm blind as hell on it. I don't know, I'm looking at what's going on and I'm smelling something that I don't like. And I would really appreciate, at very least, defer this until I can get some more information on this and find out what's going on behind the scenes. Thank you.
Did you want to make that deferral motion? You want to have it, sir? Okay. I'll come back to you then, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Pratt.
I think my voice carries well enough. I think another question that I would have in this regard is that there's two other applications also in heritage conservation areas that are coming out of this committee that are not, or have not been referred to us to consider a public input opportunity for. And so, and again, if you make both sides angry, you're probably doing something wrong. But if I feel like there is a double standard there, but also I can understand why this specific application might be targeted for another round of public input. So I'd probably echo Councillor Bailey's concerns there, and I wouldn't mind another few days to kind of mull this over.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just to clarify one of the questions, which was, this is a recommendation coming from the committee itself or from the subcommittee to the committee, and it's contained in its minutes. So on page 2?
It would be item K1, page 2, 3, and 4 includes the information from the Heritage Advisory Panel.
That's all we have to go on in terms of their minutes, because they're an independent body that staff support but do not have a seat on. And in the case at hand then, just so we're very clear, the motion made by Councillor Richter and seconded by Councillor Kunst was that council proceed with a public input opportunity for the Glover Mary Church development in Fort Langley. And as was stated, that was distinct from other applications which are not having that advice. Now, what the underlying root cause of that is all we know is that is their opinion in terms of the council consider, emphasis on the consider what they want to do with it, not that we should or shouldn't, simply the council turn their mind to it.
Mr. Backen, do we know when the application is coming forward to council?
Mr. Richardson, subject to what happens here, do we have a timeline?
The application would take its natural course after it would go to the Heritage Committee, and subject to this evening, staff would finalize a report and advance it to council as part of its natural course. So that could happen as soon as prior to council's recess.
Okay, so that means if we ask them to have one, they have to have one before it comes to council then?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Councillor Kunst?
So can we defer this until people have a chance to see the plans? Is that what we're talking about?
Again, the application has been through some level of public input, some public process. This is kind of at the end of that. Not that it can't be done what you're suggesting. It's just going back to the committees for their fast look, and they're saying you may wish to consider doing this again. I would suspect that's because, I don't know this, but I would suspect it's because there's not unanimity on the committee or the subcommittee itself.
Right. Now, I sit on the Heritage Advisory Committee, and I can tell you that it's very thoughtful. People are very thoughtful about what comes across the table. So I don't know what you're smelling, Councillor Bailey, but it's not, I think this isn't as public information that people want to be able to respond to something that they see happening in their community. And I think the Heritage Advisory Committee members are just doing their job.
Okay. Any other? Okay, Councillor Bailey.
When I see other requests coming forward and this not being applied, I go, why? And let's not beat around the bush that the history around this kind of thing has got an awful lot of controversy prior to this application. So I would really appreciate time to have a look at this and see exactly what's going on. I didn't have the opportunity of sitting on the Heritage Advisory Committee, and I'd sure like to find out why they're making this singular recommendation rather than the other two.
Councillor Van Popta.
I was elected to help speed up development, not hold it back. In this case, there has been opportunity, and this is just an additional piece. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting public input. Again, sorry.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions, motions that you'd like to make? If not, I will call the question on the council provide a public input opportunity. And that is defeated with only the mover and seconder in favor of it. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Pratt opposed. Okay. And then item K3, that council approve the Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference as amended. See attachment A.
We have to allow Councillor Martins back in?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would be appropriate to get Councillor Martins.
Okay, so we have K3 on the table, which is approving the Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference. Is there a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Pratt, second. Councillor Kunst, any discussion on the terms of reference? Okay, seeing no discussion, I will call a question. All in favor, press your buttons. Oh, we have to wait till we can press them, yeah. Okay, and I think that's my job done here right now. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, for helping out.
And that was Councillor Rentpost.
Okay, item K4, Council Process Committee recommended motion. Get a motion, please. Or mover.
We did that, didn't we? We've done that.
We good? K4?
It's okay, Mr. Backin's a little confused. No,
Yeah,
we
I
haven't.
believe you called that way before you left, Your Worship. You left, we did.
We adopted the Council Process Committee minutes, not the recommended motion. That's correct. So we'll now go on to K4, but always definitely slow things down. If you think I've missed something, I don't mind at all. K4, so I'll get a mover for that? Is there a mover? I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Is there any discussion on this? No discussion. Okay, call the question on K4. K4 fails on a tie vote with Councillor Richter, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, and Councillor Martins opposed. Move on to here, Mayor and Council report. I'll have one here by the summer break. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a council report? And anyone who wishes to make a Metro Vancouver Regional Committee report? Yes. Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
I just have a couple slides, and Ms. Bauer is going to put that up. At the end of May, the Metro Water Committee, or GVRD Water Committee, went to the Seymour Capilano Dam and water filtration plant. We had backdoor access and tour, and it was super informative, super cool. And just wanted to show you a couple little slides of our water infrastructure that comes out of our tap, and especially, you know, now in Fort Langley we have that water coming out of our taps. So I'll just wait till the slides come up. Oh, sorry, I don't see it. Hold on here. There we go. So the first, this is looking at the watershed, and the first thing that I learned is literally that our region is one of the only regions across Canada that has a secured water source. So there's no public access. There's no boats, there's no people, there's nothing, there's no fishing. It's completely secured, which helps with maintaining the cleanliness of our water and, you know, the extra filtration that would be required if it was public access. This is just some of the features. They did $40 million worth of seismic upgrades over the last couple of years to the highest standard of the biggest earthquake that could be for planned, you know, known as the big one. If we're going to have an earthquake, you actually want to be standing on this dam. That's how secure it is. There's on-site turbines to generate its own power for the dam, which is pretty cool. And if you look at the little blue arrows, this is just some of the $40 million worth of infrastructure upgrades for seismic. So you've got This bridge itself, I believe, was built in the 50s, but the amount of works that they've done to secure it is pretty impressive. So there are 24, I believe this was supposed to be a video actually, or maybe that's the next slide. There are 24 filters at this particular facility, and every 24 hours they do what they call a backwash to clean the filters. And this is the color of the water that comes out of a pristine water source. So you can imagine the amount of particulates that come out, which is very impressive and speaks to how clean our water is. Oh, there it is. But just, if you look at how brown that is, that's after it's been filtered already. On to the next slide. And final layer of infiltration, purification, are these large UV lights. It's they've got 4 channels or 4 panels of these lights. You only need 2, but it's good to have backups, and so just one extra level of purification for our water. So I just thought I'd kind of highlight those items. And there's the team. There's the Metro Committee.
Thanks. Yeah. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Just really quickly wanted to mention last week I attended the inaugural meeting for the Ecom Board of Directors, and I was appointed as well to the Ecom Transformation Oversight Task Force, which is super interesting because it's all about the onset of the NG 911 technology and the changes they're going to need to make to the actual radio systems across the Lower Mainland for that CRTC mandated technology. So it's nice to be part of those conversations and know what's going on because it does affect us. The reason we're on the Ecom board at all, some people aren't aware. I wasn't actually. While we do not have our dispatch for fire or police through Ecom, the Township of Langley has shares in that organization. So it's important that we be part of those conversations.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Items for prior meetings. N1, North Williams Sanitary Lift Station. I'm going to move this. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. So I'm going to move a referral. And if anyone wants to ask or speak to it, you can. But I'm going to move a referral back to staff to be reconsidered as part of the potential update to the Williams Neighborhood Plan. So I'll move that referral. Seconded by Councillor Ban-Popta. Is there any discussion on that referral back to staff? Seeing none, call the question on N1. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Rezoning application number 100688, bylaw number 5816. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rent. Seconder, is there a seconder anywhere? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. This is the same application where the Form Bs came and delegated to us in December with regards to the impact this application had on their property. And we did defer this so that we could have opportunity to speak with them and just close the loop with them as to what the township was doing to address their concerns. I'd like to defer to staff on this, if I may, just to speak to what we in fact have done and the meeting that we had with the Form Bs.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Martins. As indicated, there was a referral motion back in December with respect to that on the subject application. The Form Bs are located north of the subject property. And the application then did come forward, as outlined in the staff report, with the requirement for a road closure. Staff have had multiple meetings, development services staff and property services staff, along with written communication outlining the anticipated road closure north of their site and how that could be consolidated with their site upon their election to proceed with development or not. That would then allow them to achieve the densities anticipated in the Central Gordon Plan of 6 to 8 UPA and also align the road east and west of 204 Street. So as you've outlined, Councilor Martins, I have multiple opportunities to speak to the Form Bs, I believe as recently as last week on this item.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is quite frankly a missed opportunity in the middle of Willoughby, surrounded by townhomes, to actually deliver more homes in the housing crisis that we're in. I think 14 single-family homes surrounded by the uses that you see in the plan don't make total sense to me, so I can't support the application as it is. Thank you.
Yeah, understand. Any other discussion on N2? Seeing none, I'll call the question on N2. That carries with Councillor Pratt opposed. N3, revisions to the proposed Booth, Fernridge, and Rin neighborhood plans. Bylaw number 5795, 5796, 5797, 5798, and 5908. Is there a mover? Yes, I forgot again. Councillor Coons is declaring a conflict as similar before. It's a move by Councillor Rint. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Van Popta.
So just to clarify, this does trigger another public hearing?
Mr. Bracken, I believe it does, yes.
That's correct, Your Worship. We're rescinding the previous second. We're ending it, but then going forth with new contents in light of the previous direction of council in terms of that. And this would then trigger a new public hearing.
Perfect. Can I just make one small request? That when we do the public hearing, could we put up the old renderings with the new renderings just so that people understand what the changes are?
Mr. Bracken, I believe on the notification, can you also have staff include some kind of a link to the web page specific to this so they can see the history and the latest evolution of this particular version that's going to the public hearing? I'm assuming that would happen anyway, but if you could just double check and make sure. Thanks. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just want to say I support very much taking this to another public hearing. I don't necessarily support what's come back here, so I'll be voting opposed to it, but I'll be listening with great anticipation to what the public has to say about this.
So you're opposed to it before hearing from the public?
Beg your pardon?
You're opposed to it before hearing from the public. I just want to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, great.
I am.
Great. So we'll carry on. Call the question on N3. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. I just want to highlight items brought forward from public information on the closed meeting. On the agenda here is a note, Willoughby Town Center lease was released from special closed, that the lease agreement for the rental library in Willoughby has been terminated, and that project will not be carrying on. Mr. Bracken, can you confirm that whether the deposit was returned or not?
We'll have to get back to you, Worship.
Yeah.
I believe it has, but I can't.
That's what I believe as well, yeah. Great, so item P1, I'm going to move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. I think it speaks for itself, but I believe everybody's aware of the discussions that have been occurring online and their notice that they'll be closing and their reasons for that. And I'd like to be able to work with staff potentially and the property owner and the operator to maybe have council consider some options. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, so this is going to staff for a report on options. Are any of those options going to include either tax grants or permission to set up a business on ALR land?
Mr. Bracken.
In reverse order, ALR land, we don't believe this would be a permitted use, so we would have to undertake a process whereby we've got a non-farm use approved. That's our current thoughts. And secondly is to tax grants. Likely not, because it's a for-profit entity. Well, I should be cautious. Under the present ownership, it's a for-profit entity, but if there was a way to acquire the assets or the business on a gratuitous basis or at a very modest basis, that might change the analysis, because that could include a not-for-profit or some other community group operating it. We'd have to take that into consideration at that time.
Okay, so will the report be very clear in potential precedents that we would need to be cognizant of before proceeding?
Somewhat. This is a bit of a unique circumstance in terms of what the business or the operation actually is. Having said that, though, we are trying to turn our minds to if there's any appropriate locations. We believe the primary challenge here is the value of the land upon which the program is situate, and that is why effectively I think they're running into trouble. So we're looking beyond current horizons to try to see if there's some other options, and with this direction we can then proceed to try to firm some of those up.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're not going to be setting any precedents here for one particular business that we might end up having to carry through for all businesses.
That part we can safeguard, because ultimately it's up to the council to determine what the, I guess the event is, if you will. I'm calling it an event, but we're not in the business of running these sorts of operations. So it's really the social or community value of the institution itself that we're trying to preserve, and what that would look like at this point where we're not certain.
Okay, but it doesn't, I'm a little concerned about the phraseology there. It doesn't include us actually running the drive-through, or the drive-in, does it?
We can't rule anything out, but that would not be the direction we'd ideally go in, because that has a whole different, I guess, cost basis to it. So it's something I think we would probably consider further, but I don't think economically that would be the wise way to go. But again, that will ultimately be up to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think I appreciate this. If this has support, to just again look at some options. I did meet with the operators. They were gracious enough to come down. I learned a little bit about them and their business and how long they've been operating it. And they provided some information in regards to who's using it. And right now, 16.8% of their customer base is Langley-Aldergrove. That means over 80% comes from the region, from Abbotsford to Vancouver, to Chilliwack, and even as far away as Vancouver Island. So to me, this sort of stands out as a great, unique destination for Aldergrove, and merits some special consideration within the bounds of not setting a precedent of helping business, or, there's nothing we can do about property taxes, but really I think this business stands out in terms of how it's valued and the role it plays with tourism to the Aldergrove area. So I think those numbers speak for themselves, and I look forward to Mr. Backen and Mr. Winslade potentially coming back with some options for council to consider, with no decisions being made until that time. And I think it's really stands out as something that we need to do for Aldergrove, and on all of the people that have expressed how much they care and value this as a part of Langley. So I certainly want to do this, and I, hopefully the only precedent it sets is that we care and we get things done. So with that, I'll call the question on P1. That carries unanimously. Councillor Bailey.
Yes.
Oh, do you? I didn't, oh, right. I forgot to make a note of that. So do you want to declare a conflict on this?
Potential. I haven't had a chance.
Yeah. Okay. So, Councillor Ms. Bauer, you have that?
So you've got it before you. I won't.
I just wanted to make sure you haven't moved it yet, Councillor Bailey. I understand you were considering moving it with Delta added. Is that correct?
Yeah. There. It looks like there's a missed county, and it's included in the whereases, but not the therefore.
So you're moving it as amended to include connects Delta, Surrey, Langley. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I look at this, and I had the opportunity to listen to a presentation, and while I'm old, I'm not old enough to have ridden on the interurban, but you heard the people, the generation before us, how much they valued it. So I listened to the presentation. The majority of the costs when it comes to an awful lot of transportation, especially mass transportation, is land cost. And there is no land cost to this. The tracks are there. They're still being used in different capacities. There's a lot of things that have to occur to get this going. But I am tired of watching the north side of the river get all the transportation notice. You've got a gondola going up to SFU before we get any kind of decent transportation that connects the south side. And that's what this does, is it connects Chilliwack right through to the river in Surrey. One of the knocks is, well, it doesn't go near major urban centers. Perfect. I think what is needed is, while it's not going to be high speed because the rails won't take high speed from what it sounds like, if I'm going to spend an hour and a half in traffic coming from Chilliwack to Surrey, which is very easily accomplished nowadays, I'd rather do that sitting on a train, being able to maybe have a cup of tea and read and not have the stress associated with it. Taking this forward to UBCM will begin the discussion, and this will take a long time to flesh this out. It will be painful, but I've never shied away from being painful or other things. And I think this is something that we've got to initiate some creative transportation alternatives to the province and to Metro also, about saying, you know what, we count on the south side here. The north side's getting all this stuff. They're going to UBC and they're in Vancouver. Pretty, you know, you look at the population where it's growing the fastest, Surrey and Langley. Okay, and it's edging out now. Chilliwack used to be a steal. Now it's not. Okay, Abbotsford. To connect these communities in a meaningful way that is already served and is still viable, and it might not be in the future. Who knows what's going to happen to these tracks? So before they get lost, I'd like to start that discussion and force the province to have a serious look at this and I'd love to ride on this thing before I die.
See no other discussion. I will call the question on number is this again? P2. That carries unanimously. I'm going to bring Councillor Van Popte back. Just wait. Councillor Kunst, any other business?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that we got a letter in our, I was just trying to look where it is, from Fraser Health, commending us on our recent cannabis deliberations. So it kind of, I wanted to ask about the vape policy that we had considered, and wondering if through your worship to staff, if we know where that is, where that's at.
Mr. Bracken?
It's still under development. It's with the successor of long-range planning.
Okay, so, but at this point, we're not going to be approving any vape retail until that's done, right?
That would be our understanding.
Okay.
It would be up to council.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Van Popte?
Sorry, we are under other business?
Other business.
Okay. A couple weeks ago, we received information in a DL package regarding some businesses with challenges with sandwich boards. I believe at 208th and 72nd. I just wanted to find out what the challenges are with their current bylaw and what we can do to improve that, perhaps through a memo.
Mr. Bracken, I mean, if there's anything going on, you can just do a memo to distribution. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there any other business? Is there anybody wish to add any items to get a motion to resolve into special closed? Moved by Councillor Martins, seconded by Councillor Van Popte. Is there anyone who wish to add any items? And with that, I'll call the motion. All those in favor, just show of hands. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Martins, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks.